right. Okay. Well, somebody's in the chat. Who is that? Who is that guy? I'm not sure I recognize this. What is that? Airs? Airs? Airs something? Airs. Talking about Discord. What's Discord? What's that all about? Yes, 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 yes. Little show and tell today. We'll get to that anyway. Let me get over there in Discord land. See what's cooking. Okay, get that all set up. Okay, it's all ready. How you doing, Ars? What's going on, my friend? How is everything? Let's see what else I have to do here. I just turned this baby on. I just sat down, actually, to talk on this thing. Is that what you do on here? Talk on here? Oh, Ars is getting better. Awesome. You're not the only one to be getting sick. It seems everybody's getting sick. James is just coming off it. Kyle last night, he didn't sound too good. Rachel, she's really bad off. Got back from Texas a week ago for a concert, and all of a sudden she's down and out. She's got it. Of course, Ars has been struggling. Could barely talk. Yeah. Seems to be getting better, though. That's the rumor. That's the rumor. Wasn't too serious. That's the rumor. Me, myself, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. I got my coffee, fresh, hot. I've got some green because we're going to be working on Russians today. I'm going to start painting some drivers for the artillery train because, you know, they got to get those guns forward. It's got to be done. It's got to be done, Joe. You got to get those cannon forward and take that hill. You got to carry victory forward. That's what I say. There's no other way around it. Ars in command of the left flank. Joe over there on the right. We've got this. I'll take charge of the artillery grand batterie. And we'll let fly, won't we? Can't be beat. Can't be beat. How you doing, Joe, by the way? How is everything? It's an okay weekend. I've had better. Nothing dramatic. Nothing crazy. Nothing wild. Very tame. A little bit boring, in fact. So we'll leave it at that, I guess. But it was some type of break. You gotta have something going on. Had a great session of Pathfinder 2nd Edition last night. As we close in on that final episode. It's coming. It could be the next one. Could be the next one. This week is going to be Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition. Sunday evening. Of course, I don't do these live. I record them. I don't know why I boast about them. They do come out, you know. But we're not recording this, so more reason why am I mentioning it. But we're getting closer to recording stuff. You guys will be able to watch our nonsense playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. I think ours will look forward to that. He'll be able to sit there with his popcorn and laugh at us. Make fun of us, heckle, as he does, all the way from Warsaw. Onward to victory. But I'm feeling pretty good. I got fresh coffee. Just bought some fresh food supplies, mainly for the dogs and cats. Well, the dog, singular, and cats. So I'm a little bit lacking, but we'll make up for that tomorrow maybe, huh? I do have coffee. Fresh. Fresh. Got some fresh cafe. Caffa. It's good. It's good. We got some good flavorings in there. Sugar-free, which means they're putting chemicals in it to replace it, which means it's poison. So can't win. But it's so good. So what's on the agenda today, Joe? I'll tell you what it is, ours. We're going to work on some skellies. We're going to do some dry brushing. I might do the whole collection of, what, 8 models. I'm going to dry brush some bone over top of this black primer. About 2 coats. Make sure it gets itself all bright and shiny so we can put that wash of chestnut over top and really darken it up and age that bone. That's what I call it, aging the bone with the chestnut. Yeah. Once that's done, we'll give it a nice light dry brush of white itself, but that's last. I won't do that today. Today we're just going to dry brush. Okay, so that'll be what I'm going to do for my own stuff. And then we're going to, well, I don't know, first or second or whatever, but we're going to work on Russians. We're going to start painting artillery limber drivers, the guys on the horses there. Pretty much green. Going to have some red. So I'm going to work on the uniforms, trousers and coats. We're going to do that. Might work on some riderless horses as well and paint those whatever they're called in the back of the horse, on the horse's butt. Got to paint those. They're typically gray. Yeah, we'll see what else we do. I might work on the cannon. I might work on the wagons. Might work on the limber because it's easy stuff. We're just looking at greens, dry brushing on here. You know, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be good, Joe. So that's the plan for today's Monday back painting session. No rush, no pressure. We don't have to speed through any of this. We're all good. Life is fantastic. So there's no pressure. And at some point, I'm going to show off some painted miniatures from back in the day in my hobby life. So I've got 2 big suitcases. Well, they're not suitcases. They're miniature carrying cases. They're about 1.5 feet square or something. Multiple layers, but whatever. I'm going to show off some of those miniatures that I painted back in the day. Most of them are painted. Some of them are mostly painted. But they all got paint on them. So I'm going to show off a bunch of those for ours when he comes into the Discord. He's been kind of eager to see them. I'm not sure why. I guess it's old school. Maybe he wants to see some old school stuff. Maybe he wants to hassle me because my paint job wasn't as good. Who knows? Who knows? We're going to find out in this episode of Paint Along with Fritz. I got to go in the other room to grab him, but we'll get there, ours. We will get there. All right? No pressure. We will get there. And we'll see what ours is up to today. He's going to join me in here when he's ready. Maybe show off his painting skills. He's a fantastic painter, Joe. Fantastic inspiration. That's what I get from these folks. I get inspiration from them. Ours is one of them. I mean, he shows off these Napoleonics, which he's going to send to me eventually, but you know, it's good to know that. But yeah, he does fantastic work painting these little guys, and also his Bretonians, fantastic work. He's got a passion for collecting Warhammer Fantasy Battles miniatures, the 6th edition, and he's got the armies, man. He's collecting these. I got some models I'm going to send to him for his collection. He's excited about that. I hope he is. Yeah, so that's something to look forward to. If I can find that loot, ours. I'm still looking for the loot. Luta. L-U-T-E. I gotta find it. Right. I haven't looked in the other house yet, so I do gotta get on that. Waiting for my optivisor to charge. Up to 30 minutes, probably. I will join as soon as my wife gets to bed. Gets out of my hair for the night. Get out of my hair, will you? Come on. Get out of here. Getting tired of this. Even that cat's sick of you. Oh, it's a terrible thing to say, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry, ours. That's terrible. How about you, Joe? What do you got planned for the evening? What time is it where you are? About 9:30, 9:30, 9:30 for both of you guys over there in Central Europe, we'll say. A little bit of Deutschland, a little bit of Warsaw, a little bit there. Poland, the heart of Europe. Okay, the heart of Europe. Let's remember that. That's probably why Poland's got such a rich history of conflict. They're the heart of Europe, right? Okay, they're surrounded by everybody. On one side they've got Russia, and on the other side they got Germany. It's like, wow, what's going on here? Of course, they got a rich history of conflict. Ours will be right back, folks. Not that he's joined yet, but he will be. So yeah, Joe, what are you going to be up to? You going to get any painting in? I know you're itching to get at it. Thor is cracking up the sky at the moment, so let's turn that down as we hail the gods. Let's get our desert city going. Is that what it's called? Desert city? Yeah. As I sit here and babble. You can see all that chestnut on there. Hope that's chestnut. Thanks. Excuse me. My little brush cleaner. Lots of browns. Some of this off-white. I get a new one of those. It's starting to run out. Got my references opened up online so I can refer to things to jog the memory. Garden uniforms. That kind of thing. I am live on Twitch as well today. Not that that makes any difference. Gives me a chance to put some content on my channel there, which I don't do enough of. Get my other glasses. That's a little better. So everybody else, if you're welcome to chime in here in our daily paint along, feel free to do so. Let me know what you're working on. I like to know what you guys are working on, if anything. Kind of also inspires me to do these things. There. Let me know what you're working on. What's going on? What am I providing background ambience to today? Inquiring mind wants to know. I did this guy over the weekend. He's dry brushed. He's very bright. Let's see what he looks like compared to a guy that's done. Post chestnut wash, post final dry brush. Yeah, you could see. I could essentially prime these guys white since I'm putting a wash over top. But a prime of black, especially on nasty, evil, undead like these, is better. So, yeah, we want that white to be a little bit brighter than normal because it's going to get a chestnut wash, which is really going to darken it up, or as I like to call it, age the bone. And then we put on another coat of off-white so that it looks like this, so you can see what we're looking at here. And you can use pure white or a final white on his teeth or on any bleached bone areas, parts you want to stick out. I don't think I did that on him. Don't need to. These are just the rank and file anyway. I'm not too fussed. So yeah, that's what they're going to look like when they're done. Pretty nice, huh? Still got to put the glowing eyes in this one though. Final touch. But yeah, we're just gonna dry brush these primed black models here. 1 or 2 shots of dry brush so they'll look like this. And if we do that today, I'll be happy. Okay? Then we're gonna work on the commission. Little by little. Step by step. We will get there. Ta-da-da-da-ta-ta. We'll see if we could do all these skeletons. How you doing, Dream Big? Gotta dream big. I got some ghoul-like dudes, but I'm not gonna mess with them. What the heck was crawling on me? Oh, is that it? 6 models. Eight. Yeah, okay, so there's 8 in all. This guy's already done for the day. So 6, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6. I got 6 to do today. So we're gonna do them. There they are, all lined up on their blocks of wood, ready for action. Hello. Ours is back and on Discord. Ours will be my guest today. Dream has a slow day at work today. Slow work day. Slow work day for Dream. Okay. Okay. That's a good thing. And it can also be a bad thing too. Depending on how you look at it. Life is all perception, folks. It's all perception. So let's go over there to Discord land and meet my co-host for the day. He's waiting patiently for me. Let's get that all set up before I unmute here. You're gonna have to wait, Mars. Hold on, hold on. I know you're excited. I know. You got this. You got this. Gotta remember what I have to do. Because I don't remember. Gotta do this, I gotta do that. Yeah, I gotta turn on my camera. That would help. Okay, the virtual cam is on. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But I gotta turn it on over on Discord. And then we'll say hello to ours. Find out what he's been up to. Okay, now you can see me. Was ist das? There we go.
Hello.
Ah, there he is. There's ours, my good friend from Poland. How you doing, ours?
Fine, fine.
Awesome.
I have a couple of days free from work because of sick leave, so.
Good old sick leave.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Excellent. Any camera today?
Maybe later.
Maybe later. Okay, we'll pop it up on the screen then, just in case. Let's see, Discord cameras. Cameras. There we go. All set. So I don't have to worry about that. Let's move it up actually. Right.
Oh, I see some skellies
Yep,
on the table.
Today's Skelly Day. Skelly
Good,
Day.
good.
Gotta do a little work on my own stuff, right? It can't be all commissions.
Mm-hmm.
Eesh. Of course, the Skellies don't pay me no money, you know. They don't give me nothing in return. So there is that. This down. Yeah. At some point, I'm going to pull out those figures and we'll take a look at them.
Great,
That'll be fun.
great. I'm still working on my Bretonians.
Good. Did you go to your club meeting that day?
No, I felt awful, so I stayed at home.
You're feeling better now.
Yes, I don't have a I don't know the
I know what you mean.
sickness words in English.
Close enough.
I'm feeling better now. That's
Okay.
most important. I would have a problem if I would get sick abroad.
Yeah.
Fever. Oh, that's the word.
Is that the word? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have fever right now.
Okay, that's good. You want no fever? That'll put you down.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday wasn't good, but yesterday was better, and now it's quite good. I still feel a little weak, but
Yeah, take it easy, relax. Have you done any painting at all the past few days, or?
yeah, I did. I painted 3 nights.
Okay, all right, there you go. Push on, push on.
So now I'm painting last night for my lance, my third lance of Knights of the Realm.
That's good. I think I had 2. I had a Grail Knight. I had 1 huge or 2 Knights of the Realm, and then I had the Knights Errant. I didn't have the questing knights.
In 5th edition, there were an awful lot of questing knights.
Oh, they were so fun.
I think 20 something poses. Well, they were basically the same, but different headgear, different helmets.
Just realized I'm using the wrong brush for this. This is my terrain brush. What the heck am I thinking here? It's too big. Yeah, they were cheap in points. You can get some decent knights on the table without going broke in the points department. Lucky you have 1 Grail Knight.
I have 7 Grey Knights. Well, in fact, I have 9, but I have all 7 poses of Grey Knights.
Do you always put your general with them?
Not always. My last battle, my general was with Knights of the Realm.
With some Realmers, huh? Oh.
But with Grey Knights, I had my BSB and Damsel.
Of course, there you go. Do you take squires in your army?
Mm-hmm.
I think they were
Well,
they were
the
always mounted, weren't they? There's no dismounted version for them, is there? I don't remember.
well, there were archers that were called squires also in 5th edition.
Hmm.
I have them, but unpainted. And I have 5 mounted ones and 1 unpainted mounted squire.
Do you have any
I
archers?
think I will need more squires, but it's not a big deal now because GW released the old models.
Oh.
They are available easily right now.
So, I assume you have archers in your army too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they still have the rule for foreman and arrowhead?
No, not
It's
in
gone.
6th.
Gotcha.
In 6th edition, you can deploy archers as skirmish, or you can deploy them as a normal unit. If you deploy them as a normal unit, they could have defensive stakes.
Ah, okay.
And it takes away any bonus for charging, which is useful especially against cavalry because no strength bonus and no fighting first.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have 12 archers skirmishing, I have 12 archers with defensive stakes, I have 26 men-at-arms, which are awful in 6th edition
The men at arms.
because they have lower weapon skill,
Ooh.
lower leadership. They are basically just even worse than zombies in my opinion.
Jeez.
Because zombies at least won't run away. Men-at-arms will.
Wow, they made him into garbage.
Yeah. They are useful as a bunker for wizard, but if they will have to fight anything, they will surely lose.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too good. So, is there any new units they added to the arm? Well, why am I asking you? You don't play the newest edition. Well, let's look at 6th edition because I never played 6th edition. Was there anything else besides the stakes for the archers?
Yeah, they added quite a few. And in fact, in current The Old World, you have pretty much the same stuff as in 6 and to 8. So you have the Pegasus Knights, a flying cavalry unit, And you have a trebuchet and battle pilgrims.
Battle pilgrims, that's new.
Yeah, these are sort of religious fanatics, which are better infantry units, slightly better, with higher leadership and stubborn will, so not as easy to break. And what else? And the questing knights are different in 6th edition and in current Old World.
What way?
Because in fifth edition these were just a knights, a better type of knights with lances and stuff. But in 6th edition they change it and they don't have lances anymore. They have double-handed weapons.
Oh.
And I think that's all the changes that Britannia have. Well, in the Old World there are different army lists. You can play as a normal Bretonnian army, but you can also play as Bretonnian exiles. And these Bretonnian exiles have some interesting options that are bringing back some options from 3rd edition of Warhammer, like you may have a crossbow and gunpowder weapons in Bretonnia army. But you don't have the blessing.
Of course. Remind me what the blessing was. Like vaguely remember. It's like really important.
Yeah, in 5th edition, it was basically your opponent had to roll a die for every missile weapon he wanted to shoot at you, and for 4 up or 6 up in some cases, he could shoot. So there was like a 50-50 chance he won't be able to use some of his missile weapons.
Yeah, I remember.
In 6th edition and later, it's a magical save against everything. So your knights will have a 6-up ward save against attacks with strength 4 or lower, and 5-up against strength 5 and higher.
Gotcha.
That's the blessing.
Yeah, I remember. Got it. Good old days. I miss playing them.
It's fun and quite straightforward army. And painting them is fun.
Yes, it is.
Of course, if you paint them the only true way, painting every single knight in different colors.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did too. That's the way. Except my squires. I painted them in a uniform color, actually.
Yeah, I did the same with my peasants, but every single night has to be different. Of course, some combinations repeat through the army, but not in the same way.
Is there any other Bretonian players in your group? Or just you?
Well, yeah, my friend has a Bretonian army, but he doesn't play them a lot. And I don't think anyone else has them. Oh no, sorry. One of our club members also have Bretonians. Two of our club members, in fact, but one only have the figures not even painted.
Ugh.
He bought the starter set, the 5th edition starter sets with Lizardmen and some other stuff, but he doesn't paint miniatures. And the other paints them, and he have a very beautiful army, but he plays the old world.
New stuff. So I noticed that the basing is, they're all 1-inch bases now, aren't they? The infantry.
Yeah, they are bigger bases.
What'd they do that for? Fits the models better, I'm sure, but still.
Yeah, some models are easier to rank up, but others, on the other hand, look ridiculous. Like goblins, for example.
Even goblins are 1-inch?
Yep.
Wow.
And I assume the only real reason why they did it is that you should rebase your old army. So you couldn't use your old army on the official events and tournaments. You need new stuff, or at least rebase your models.
You know, when I got Oathmark and found that the default basing was 1-inch square, it makes sense. I can see it. It makes sense in some ways. But I decided, no, we're not going to do that. I'm going to stick with the traditional 20 mil. And like Kings of War. Kings of War is 20 mil as well. With the old Warhammer stuff. The older stuff. And even historicals, 20 mil is usually what it comes to. Like in Triumph, when you're using 28 millimeter miniatures, figures are essentially 20 millimeters apart. They're based on big bases, 80 millimeters, 4 guys. That's 20 millimeters. And honestly, that's a little bigger than, like, say, we would typically use, like with Napoleonics or something. I'd go down as low as 15. Some people even lower, but 20 mil is a nice size. So I decided I'm going to stay with 20 mil, use all my old models, keep the basing style of 20 mil, use it for Oathmark, you know, just keep things in proportion. I'm just using as a default 20 mil instead of 25. I guess I could use Sabos or something like that. I don't want to do that. 20 mil is the way to go.
With Oathmark is a little bit different because it doesn't make big difference if you use 20 or 25. But in Oathmark, you have everything on 25 frontage. So basically you have the same base size for infantry and cavalry. Yeah, cavalry is even on Warhammer on 25s, so we have the same base size for both units and the same footprint for infantry and cavalry. And with the mechanics of the game, where you cannot basically make multiple charges and after each round of combat the units are pushed away, it doesn't matter if one unit have bigger footprint than the other. But at least it's consistent. Everything is on the same base sizes. With the old world, they made bases bigger, but there are still different base sizes. So most of this stuff is on 25s, but what was on 25s in previous editions, like orcs, like chaos warriors, are now on 30s, and the cavalry is on 30 by 60 or something like that. Also huge bases, but not all cavalry, because light cavalry like squires is still on 25 by 50. So it doesn't make sense for me. And what's even worse, with the bigger bases, you have bigger footprint of a unit, and these units are huge. They are ridiculously huge. So you have even less space on the table to maneuver, so your units are less important because they are such big and unmaneuverable. So it's hero hammer all the way. The only thing that could maneuver easily are heroes on dragons, so
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Yep. I don't like.
Okay, 10 more percent, and I may join with camera. I'm charging my phone.
Always a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Look out, Fritz.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Don't sink.
Yeah, that's
Don't.
right. Bad habits. Bad habits. Bad habits. I haven't had any recent ones lately. Nothing popping up. Hey, copyright. Demonetized. Yeah, but it's surely gonna happen again. That's alright. I'll just take it out. It's a little annoying. It's not a copyright strike or anything, it's just demonetized. Copyright strikes, of course, are bad. Don't have any of those. Boy, I do sing a lot. I do it when I have nothing else to say, as we all do. So I'm like just sitting here. As well sing. What else to talk about? Everything's looking good. This first coat of bone for a wash of chestnut. It's taking me forever to do this. I'm using a little brush. I don't want to get it all over the model. And, oh, I gotta get his shoulder up here. Think. So next Sunday we're playing episode 2, chapter 2 of the scenario, the starter box scenario for 4E. And we should have everybody in that one. I think Rachel will be there for sure. She's missed 3 sessions in a row. Because she's been sick and had to go to a concert in Texas. She's not far from me, so it's quite a haul. And yeah, Angelica will be there. She's excited to learn more about this RPG stuff. Never played an RPG. She did a little bit of Pathfinder with me. She's got some idea. And then of course there's Kyle and Ted. And all these folks are in my current Pathfinder 2E campaign, which is coming to an end in a few episodes. And then on top of that, we've got James. We all know and love James. And my nephew, Jesse, who won't be able to join yet because of his schedule. But he will be in a few weeks. So we've got quite an assortment of players.
Nice.
If you ever want to join ours after you get in the mood for it, let me know and I'll set you all up, man. I'll set you all up. Don't give me excuses. I'll set you up.
Unfortunately.
Oh, stop.
We can't,
I don't want to hear it.
you know, weekends are busy for me.
I know. I might run a second campaign for folks. James and Jesse in particular, but that would be daytime. A different day. I don't know. So there's options. Don't count yourself out yet. Do you prefer to play or GM your games?
I GM for so long time I don't remember how to play.
Yeah.
Last time I played it was 18, 20 years ago.
20.
Yeah.
Damn.
Including that one little episode with Monkey's Paw.
Wow.
So yeah, quite long time.
Well, I've been in the hobby 40 years. And I have never been a player in an RPG game until recently. A couple years ago, I think. I played as a player in a Castles and Crusades game. Did horrible at it. I lost interest and didn't come back for session 2. I played in some of Rachel's games, including 10 Candles, some Pathfinder 2E that she ran. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Oh my gosh, I enjoyed being a player. It was so enjoyable for me. I played in Kyle's games of Pathfinder that he ran. Yeah, that was enjoyable too. Jesse ran some games of Pathfinder. I played in that as a player. And I actually started to enjoy this nonsense of being a player and started to get fond of certain classes and race combinations and role-playing certain things about them, probably more than the other players did, but I really dug that. It kind of opened my eyes being on the other side of the screen. Like, one big thing that I learned was how to control myself, because being a eternal GM,
Mm-hmm.
you're always in your head listening to the other GM. You're almost criticizing him. You say, "Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing there. You know, he's winging that. He's making that up, or I know what that is." You're always thinking that way, and I had to learn to keep my mouth quiet and not interject. This is how it's done, or you could do it this way. And I try to refrain from that, because it's their game, they're running it. It's them, let them do their thing. Even if you don't like what they're doing, it's still their game that they're running. They're in control of this bad boy. And learning to surrender control like that was a thing. It was very interesting to me. And I learned that. And I thoroughly enjoy playing as a player now. It's a different experience. And if you got a good GM there, even better. You could all learn from each other in so many ways. And I always tell my players, if you get a chance to be a GM for whatever game, do it. Don't just be a player, but experience what it's like being on the other side, The GM is a player too. So, yeah, I enjoyed that. I was going to say to you, you should be a player more often, because you'd learn a lot from it, and it's actually fun when you let it. But yeah, you've been a player. You probably know what I'm talking about. Different experience. It's nice.
Yeah, but I enjoy the control and
Yes, I know.
Creating the story I like.
I agree. I more enjoy being a GM as well. Definitely. But I think as a GM, it's good to also be a player.
Mm-hmm.
And learn from it and experience it at least a little bit. It's eye-opening if you've never been a player before. Of course it is. So you learn. I think it would help your GM skills, if anything. Of course you know this.
Yeah.
So there you go. Let's read the chat real quick. Oh. RPG Grandma joins us once again. Recipe book in hand. Actually, she's working on a one-eyed cyclopean beast. And it's looking good, Grandma. You got me inspired to get some of that green stuff. I should be getting tomorrow. So yeah, you should always try both sides of the screen, says Grandma. Makes better ref and better player. I agree. Like I said, I was in the hobby. I've been in the hobby about 40 years, which, wow. But anyway, I've never been a player. When I have role played, I've always been the GM, because I enjoy it, as I still do. But when I played as a player, started out rough, I learned a lot of things. I learned to enjoy the game from the player side, and I learned about things from the player perspective. I learned a lot about GMing by being a player. So I agree, for sure. I decided to work on hooves and ankles a bit more on the Cyclops. That's right, you're doing a lot of that green stuff on the hooves. Make them bigger. They must have been teeny tiny ballerina sized feet, which is funny. Going to try primer him this week. Excellent. I can't wait to see him when he's done. That's such a classic model. So the question is, ours.
Mm-hmm.
The Cyclops, the one-eyed giant creature fighting along the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Jason and the Argonauts, or was it Sinbad the sailor whatever the name of that movie was. Sinbad and something. I think it's Sinbad the Sailor. Which movie was the Cyclops? If you remember.
I certainly not Jason and the Argonauts because I watched that movie a couple of days ago.
We're talking about the 1960s version. I think it was
Yeah,
the 60s.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's Sinbad.
I don't think I saw Sinbad. This old Sinbad.
Grandma verifies it. It's Sinbad. I watched Sinbad for the first time, and this is when it came out, and I saw it in the drive-in movie theater. That's when I saw Sinbad. Never forgot it. So take that, you youngins. You ever been to a drive-in theater over in Poland? Do they have those over there?
No. I mean, I think one or two were created in last couple of years, but there wasn't such thing in 80s and before, 90s even. There weren't so many cars in Poland back then.
Yeah, that makes sense then. Turn this up. Says my volume, not yours, is a little too low. How about now, Arn Man? Test, test, test. Could be I'm just talking soft. You know how I get that way. Soft talking. I don't want to turn my gain up any higher. These things are really sensitive. It'll just pick up white noise. Oh, I got music playing in the background. Damn it. I wonder if that's why I get demonetized. What if there's music playing in the background and it's catching it? 'Cause sometimes I forget. Damn, that's loud.
Maybe the case.
Let's see, what do I listen to today? Cramps? Shall I listen to some Cramps? Or some Slavic trap? Stick with my techno today. I listen to Caveld late at night, which is very pagan meditation music. I go to sleep with it. Right, there's ours. He's in action. There he is. Doesn't sound much different, but then again, ours didn't talk since you changed. Alright, well, let me know. I did turn up a couple things here. I don't know if it mattered. It should be fine. It could be just me. We'll see.
We'll see.
Ours' volume is definitely high on my end. Let me get that fixed. My volumes are all over the place. But do let me know, Iron Man, and everybody, if anybody's volume is too low. Ours should be fine for you guys, but let me know. I listen to Spotify while I'm doing these. You guys can't hear it. I don't have it coming over the stream, but I have it playing on the TV behind me too, usually. And I forget to, play it through my computer instead of the TV. So it'll be playing in the background while I'm sitting here, and I don't even realize it's coming over the stream. Even if it's just barely. YouTube will catch it.
Yeah.
You can't do that. No money for you. My couple cents. Okay, he's done. Two more, and then we'll start working on the Russians. I'm not even monetized, so I don't worry about it. You will be. Once you reach 1,000, you can monetize, and I highly recommend you monetize. Everybody should do that. I think it takes 1,000 subscribers. I think it's 1,000. I don't remember.
I think when I started watching you, before I joined you were 1,000.
Ooh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. Back when I was naive and trying to do things with my channel. Now I don't care. I'm doing this too long. But I will say one thing. Like I don't really push my channel. I don't make it a profession. I don't make it a big deal and try to make a lot of money with it. And some people do, and that's great, and they're good at it. I gave up on that years and years ago. But I will tell you, I do make money from the monetization, which is where, advertisers, even if you're not monetized, they will put advertisements in your stream. YouTube makes money doing that. The advertisers make money, obviously. And when you monetize your videos, you get a tiny portion of that money, okay, on every view on your videos and streams. It doesn't add to much, not these days. Back in the day, it did. It was pretty good, but not anymore. You're literally making pennies. But that stuff does add up. And what's even better is the thank yous on videos and the donations, or the, people buy stickers and stuff during live streams. They can do that. And they could donate. And they can also join your community. You can have communities on YouTube, almost like a Patreon. YouTube takes a big chunk of that, sadly, but you do make money that way. And that's where the real money is on YouTube. Unless you're going to get a sponsorship from somebody, that's another way to make big money on YouTube. But all those little things together, even if you're not really focused on it or trying, it comes in handy. And the way you set it up on Google Pay, you make an account, have a place to send your money, a bank, that kind of, you set all that up there, the way you receive your money. Once you've done that, there's like a threshold, and I think it's $100. You could set it to different levels, but I think $100 is the minimum. As soon as you make $100, you get a check. That's the threshold. So every month that goes by, technically, you could make a paycheck every single month of $100 or more, depending on how much you make. And that kind of money adds up. If you look at it on a yearly basis, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of groceries coming in. That's coming just from YouTube with donations and advertising, the monetization. It's pretty good. Nothing that'll make you rich, but you know, at the end of a year, it adds up, and it's wow, that really did pay off. So I recommend to everybody that's on YouTube doing this, once you reach the threshold of 1,000 subscribers, definitely turn on your monetization, turn on the thank you button for your videos, because why not? I am a strong believer in value for value, the value for value economy. Somebody gets some benefit from your video, like, oh, they learned this really is a good game, I am going to buy it. Or this game was horrible on there, so yeah, I'm not going to buy it. They saved you some money. That's value for value. What's wrong with that person saying thank you by sending you a buck or two? You know, that's value for value. I believe in that. And everybody should do that, even if you're not in this to make a killing. Because you won't, unless you're really dedicated to the profession of YouTubing. So there you go. That's my take on YouTube and monetization. I had to clip that, make a video out of it. And monetize that bitch. You know what my most popular video is? I think you might remember what it is, because I've told it. My most popular video, and I wonder how many views it's got by now. I wanted to say it was like a certain value, but I don't remember. So let me verify, and I'll get back to you on that. My most popular video has nothing to do with this hobby. I'll say that.
Your backyard?
Close, but let me go to my analytics because it's the top earner for me. So I gotta find it. Where is it?
Oh, the bears in your front yard.
The birds in my front yard?
The bears.
Oh, the bears. Let's go back here. Day June. No, I can't find it. My most popular video is a video I did back in maybe 2012. And it's titled How to Cut a Perimeter in Your Lawn Before Mowing. Yes, because many of you know I'm a hardscaper, a landscaper. I've been in the business for a long time, building walls and stuff. And I also worked in the lawn crew for several different companies. And back home here in PA, I worked with Jesse and his company. And I videoed him riding on the old zero turn. Driving too fast, in my opinion, but he was doing that. He was cutting a perimeter in the lawn. The grass was tall, man. It was high. It was blowing grass everywhere. and most of the comments are from other landscapers saying, "Oh, what the hell are you doing? He's going too fast. He's blowing grass into the road. He's making a mess." But it's literally my most popular video. I can't remember how popular it is. I'm trying to find out. It's pretty big. But it's my top money earner on my channel. Just goes to show you. Graham's got a disaster for a yard, she says. And I took horticulture classes in college. I think I set up an account. Up. Wait a minute. I think I will set an account up for it since Rumble says they owe me 1 cent. Landscape stuff is popular. It is. But if I kill the lawn, I know why.
You know what would make you a ton of money, Fritz?
What?
Your cats.
Cat videos?
Internet loves cats.
Yeah, but I can't do that. I can't make my cats international stars. I couldn't do that. Let me go to content. This is bugging me now. Let's go to my last videos. I've actually got quite a few landscaping videos on my channel. When I lived up in Massachusetts working for Trillium Tree. Brown's Landscape down here in PA. Wow, I got 694 videos? That's quite a few. I deleted hundreds from this channel. Wow, I bet I got well over 1,000 videos at one point. Right. Let's see, where are we here? Blue shirt.
16 years ago, my first video, of the 4 I have on my channel, was a song, medieval song I couldn't find on YouTube, so I posted it with some slideshow, and it's got 258,000. So over 250,000.
Yeah, I think it's more popular than mine. Let me find mine now. What the hell is
But
it?
of course, it's first I have only 155 subscribers, and secondly, it's demonetized because it's a song of another band. From my own creations, the most popular is tutorial how to paint Napoleonic Polish infantry. 1,200 videos.
Huh. There's my saga stuff. Wow. Where is this freaking video I'm looking for? Well, Warhammer miniatures.
I think my camera broke.
Oh no. There it is. You do have more than me. I've got 103,259 views. Which is crazy to me. It's monetized. And 2013. It's got 64.8% likes. So almost half of the interactions are negative. Almost half are negative towards it. 33 comments. That's pretty low. But yeah. There it is. 103,000. I'm just cutting a lawn. 11 years ago. Anybody wants to see the video, I will paste it in the chat here. Let me find it again. Get shareable link. Oh, my stomach.
What's wrong with it?
Here you go. Link is in the chat for anyone who wants to see that and add to my 103,000 views. Please do so. Every penny helps. That's Jesse riding around. And I'm shooting the video from the back of the trailer. Wow. Anyway. His tone is muffled a bit. So too, not a big brother. I will not complain though. Our volumes? Ours' volume is quite loud still. But yeah, people love critters. What the heck's going on with the sound today? Maybe I should listen to it. Maybe Iron Man's just getting picky. Are you in one of those moods again, Iron Man? Let me listen. Okay, actually, my voice is perfect. Ours is slightly a little bit louder than mine, but that's because of my settings on OBS. Actually, they're pretty good. Check your settings, Arn. Take that. Okay. I don't know what it is.
Well, probably no cam
All right,
from today.
I'll keep it up just in case you want to try it.
I have an app in my phone for this, and it doesn't work.
You're always having trouble with that camera.
Yeah. And I don't want to buy a proper camera for my computer. I don't need it, so.
It's not like you're making all this money on YouTube and gotta make more videos and be top
Exactly.
quality, so screw it.
Exactly.
Of course, I hear there's big money in lawn care videos. Never know. Did you go to that concert yet?
Now it's in 3 weeks.
Wow.
21st of October. Yeah,
Is,
21st.
is it outdoors?
No, it's on a stadium.
Yeah. October.
So partially outdoors, but I don't know. I never was at that place. But we shouldn't speak about that concept because I will start singing.
Mm-hmm. Can't have that. Might have to yell at yours. Might have to mute you. Better watch out.
Mm-mm.
I wouldn't do that. The worst that can happen is, they take away my monetization and it takes me about 5 minutes to go into the video, splice it out, and then the video is good by the next day. So it wouldn't bother me too much if you suddenly broke out in song. It's like, hey, that's copyrighted, Ars. What are you doing? Ars, stop it. Stop it, Ars. Ars. Right. I know what it is. Every time I step away from the stream, hey guys, everybody, give me like a minute. I gotta go check the mail. Waiting on a package. As soon as I step away, I know you guys in here. You just start singing every copyrighted song you possibly can think of. Just going at it. La da da dee da da da. Having a big old chuckle. Let's see if we got him demonetized. He'll be bitching about it. Wait and see. Ha ha ha. Yeah, right. I know what you guys are on to.
That's exactly what we do.
Yeah. James and ours here singing away. Quite loud.
Copyrighted Polish songs.
Yeah. Yeah. For some reason, my stream isn't playable in Poland. What the heck's that about? That happens too. Alright, that guy's done. Guys, he's on to us. There it is. There it is. Joe just revealed everything. You sound good now, but you were sitting up near the mic. So it's probably me. It's probably me. Man, it's only like maybe 6 inches, my mouth from the mic. Of course, it's not directly in front of me. Should be okay. Of course, these skeletons, I won't do it now, but I will have to go back over them with a small brush and pick out some of the details, like the knuckles. Because I don't want to get this paint all over the base and the shield and the weapons. I want them to stay black. So I pick out those little details. Just lightly pick them out. So it doesn't take too long to do. It's probably an extremely inefficient way to do it, but that's okay. I know what you're thinking, Ars. You're listening to me saying in the back of your head, damn, that's inefficient. I don't know, that's the way I do it. Imagine some people just take a brush to the whole damn thing. So what if it gets on the shield or a bit of cloth paint over it? I don't know.
About efficiency.
Uh-huh.
One of the Polish old-hammer groups, one guy posted an army he painted in 1 month. It was 3,000 points of Bretonians. Painted in 1 month.
Wow. That's efficient. Was it a good army? Look good?
It was painted,
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
and as we all know, the painted army is always better than unpainted.
Yeah. So it was shite. What's it
I
ours?
think speed paints were mostly in use,
Okay.
or something similar. But it wasn't painted in the same scheme. I think he had a different color scheme for each unit, so it's still better than the original GW style, even if technically inferior. I painted my orcs in similar time.
Gotcha.
It was in times before contrast paints and that stuff.
Uh-huh.
I saw a video on YouTube. There is a Spanish guy, but he has all his videos are in English. And he's quite funny. He has a channel called Rush the Wash,
Okay.
and his first videos were about a speed paint technique using only washes and metallics, of course.
Uh-huh.
And his videos were about greenskins, orcs, and goblins. And when I decided I would paint an orc and goblin army, I thought, well, that's the way. I will try this technique, and it was really efficient. And looked good, too.
Sound like you had an Italian accent there for a second. Look a good, too. You did. Wow. Well, that's the important thing, right? You want them to look good. You don't want them to look like garbage. This whole hobby is...
Yeah, I don't want to be ashamed of the miniatures I put on the table.
One of my opponents back in the day, his army was notorious. It was the Lizard Man army. We were playing 5th edition, maybe 4th edition. I think it was 5th edition. Yeah, I think it was 5th edition. Part of my Thunder Isle campaign. Good friend of mine. He went to the same school and everything, a little bit younger than me. And he was notorious for his army, for they were known as the mighty army of the snow lizards. So use your imagination as what that refers to.
White undercoat.
And that's it. That's all the army was primed white. That's all they were.
Still better than plastic gray.
Yeah. Oh boy, did we pester him. Well, at least they got paint on them.
I don't know if you saw the advertisement, the GW advertisement for contrast paints. They had a brilliant marketing campaign where they mocked movies. So you had a scene like from 50 Shades of Grey, where a guy asked a girl, "Do you want to see my pleasure room?" He opens the door, and there are shelves of miniatures, and all of them are in plastic gray. They are glued, put together, but unpainted. She looks frightened and asks, shouldn't they all be painted?
Mm-hmm.
And the other one was from Conan. You know, you have this scene when they ask, Conan, what's best in life? And it was this miniature painter, the what was his name? He made tutorials for GW back then, and he replied in his Conan outfit, to paint your miniatures, see them something before you, and hear the lamentations of people with unpainted armies, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good campaign.
Good times. Good times.
Okay, the horsey is painted. Now the knight. No singing. So skellies are done.
Ah, damn it. Picture I was looking for is he doesn't have his army out.
Hmm.
I will show this anyway because it's just good memories and it goes back a long time ago. You'd have to look at the YouTube to see this ours, but
Yeah, I see it on Discord too.
all right, yeah. So that's
Epic.
that's
Come on.
that's the gentleman who had the snow lizards, and that was right after a game that we played. One of my Skaven rat gods was on the board. You could see him.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there in the middle. And you can see in the background behind him my painting center. My little it's exactly what I'm painting with even to this day. That same set of shelves. It's the same thing. And yeah, look at all those glorious games. I had everything up there just stacked on top and behind
Space
each other.
Hulk, Gorka Morka, Hero Quest. What's behind Gorka Morka?
I don't know.
Dark Future? Yeah, it's Dark Future.
Yep, at the bottom, yeah.
Oh no.
Lots of epic.
Yeah.
Warhammer 4th edition there, or red box.
Yeah, nice stuff.
But anyway, that's the culprit of the snow lizards right there. I've got to get working, says Grandma. Everyone have a great day. See you, Grandma.
Bye. Snow lizards are much better than invisible chaos marauders I played against.
Yeah.
Where in fact there were invisible chaos marauders and invisible chaos warriors. Just plain bases with a Bretonia. Check in line of sight.
So this is battle. Bretonians against yeah, is that undead or cat? No, it's chaos. Partially painted. But that's Jesse in the middle, shuffling a deck of cards. Back when he had a head of hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Bretonians are painted.
Yeah, he painted everything. They weren't the best. You can see his arrowhead formation of archers there.
Mhm. Yeah, and lance formation too. Triangles.
Good time. I got one more picture on the computer that I'll show too. I think it's gonna say it was me playing, but I don't think it is. Oops, that's a close-up. This is the game that I talk about all the time. Jesse versus Chris, and these two were the most competitive players on the planet as far as I was concerned. And this is the game that Jesse won and beat the Bretonian player Chris in this battle, and it was just it was the first time he ever beat him, and they're both really competitive players. They know how to play this game. And yeah, this was the battle. You could see his Bretonians smashed into this unit of dragon ogres in a wood.
Yeah.
Beastmen on the flank there. Oh, what a brutal battle.
Yeah, looking good.
I'm going to show that to Jesse.
Looking really good.
Those were the good times, man. It was 5th edition, I think.
I don't think I have pictures of my first games. No.
Nada?
The oldest Warhammer game I have pictures of are 2013. Oh god, there are unpainted miniatures on the table. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
What a heresy, I cannot show it. 2014.
That's a long time ago. 10 years.
A little bit better. On my side everything is painted, almost. Oh no, there are a couple of dwarfs unpainted.
Uh-oh, hide that picture.
Yeah. 2015. Yeah, everything painted on my side, but my opponent have some unpainted miniatures. Okay, 2017, and he has everything painted. Finally.
Share them somewhere, either here or somewhere, and I'll show them if you want to share them.
I'm still looking for something
You are.
old.
Ancient. Good memories. Good times.
here are some battles I had in my store when I worked at the wargaming store. This is awful. So many unpainted miniatures.
We've all been there. Except me. I don't think I ever played with unpainted miniatures in my life. I'm serious. I played with cardboard chits that were supposed to be miniatures, but yeah, that's about it. I don't think I did.
2011, okay, I don't think I will find anything older. So let's go to Old Hammer.
I heard it. Let me do a couple of these stands,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll grab those miniatures and bring them out. I want to keep you waiting. Got a lot of them. And I'll come back to these. Finish them off. Just doing simple stuff here. What a great hobby this is. Absolutely love
Yes, it is.
It really is.
Okay.
Got some stuff?
Yeah. I added Old Hammer.
Get out some strips here to work on. I'll go look at your pictures. Let's see what ours has to show us today. This off of the screen. Make this a little bigger. Oh, okay.
Yeah, these are the battles I played as in the shop I worked. And you can still see in the background there are army books, so it was, I think, 8th edition back then. It was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
And these are my dwarves, I think. Most of these are my dwarves. I sold after I get my hands on some of the metal ones.
Wait a minute.
And these white wolves in black armor, it was I saw a unit painted like this in one of the white wolves. there was a unit like 20 white wolves in this color scheme, and I thought, well, that looks cool, I want the same. I started painting them like this. That's how I painted about 18 years ago. 18, 20 years ago.
Wow. Dwarves?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my metal dwarves.
You still have them?
Yeah, and most of them are painted by this day.
Mm-hmm. There's the big picture of the battle. Remember the battle? Who won?
I have no idea. But I still have this pistolier painted this way.
Huh. So
I still have him around.
So this is going back in 20 years ago. What was the war game scene like back then? 20 years ago in Poland.
It's not 20 years ago, it's 2011, this battle.
Oh, okay.
And these are my famous Knights of the Blazing Sun.
Of course.
I think, yeah, it's after that famous battle when they survived the charge of Bretonnian lands in the front and dwarf and wood elf dryads in the flank, and rolled insane courage on double ones. So then I decided, well, I have to paint them, and that's how I painted them back then. Now they look completely different. I changed the painting completely.
Looks like it had some missing tails.
Yeah.
Snapped right off. That was common.
Yeah. And of an organ gun.
Last stand of the crew.
Mm-hmm. And these are the Griffon Legion, and one of my biggest regrets is that I sold them.
Yeah. Little pieces of paper for the tray. Little cardboard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There you go, once again. Looks like a good time.
Yeah, it was. I enjoyed walking there.
Some nice terrain.
That's the store belonged to the company that made this 17th century musketeers I have on my painting table right now.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
I like that. There they are. Those glorious dwarves. This dwarf standing up on some barrels? What is that?
Yeah, it's a battle standard bearer. Get some barrels and lanterns and stuff to make him more visible, I think.
Yeah, a little bit taller. Now just look at a couple of these pictures by contrast.
Yeah.
This is Ars's recent battle he just fought in. Let me find a good one here. Well, let's look at the knights. Look at this.
Yeah, you can see an improvement in painting over the 15 years.
Yeah. Oh, but I'm telling you, when you have an painted army like this in your collection, and you put them down on the table, and play some battles, this takes you to another world. This is so immersive.
Mhm.
This quality painting, it's awesome. Makes such a difference. Even his trays are painted and decorated.
Yeah.
Let's look at one more.
Okay, I will have something more from the same era. So it's 13, 14 years ago. Not best picture, but a miniature I painted for one of the kids at the store. He
Lucy.
wanted a wood elf spellsinger, and I had originally it was a dark elf model,
Nice.
but I painted her as a wood elf, and yeah, that's when I started to paint decently.
Luthien.
Yeah, he wanted her to have this name.
Wow.
Oh, here is a better picture of her. And one of my another big regrets is that I sell this ogre. I had 4 of them, and I sell this one and 2 others. I have only one left. These are Bob Holly's ogres from the 80s.
Looks like he's got your head in his hand. Swinging around. That's ours right there. Got him. Nasty sword. One of those non-pointy ones. They're always nasty. Clubs. Club sword.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice model. Wow. A lot of character in that. Let's look at the chat real quick. Lovely miniature, says Joe. Aren't they, though? This is a long time ago. You got any more?
I have some green skins I thought I painted only with washes. Like this one. And this one.
Oh, they're awesome. On the old school, too. Nice, nice.
Oh, and unit of monopose orcs. I had a commission for Dogs of War army. I have a couple of pictures.
Wow.
These guys were really fun to paint. Painted them for my friend and he sold them. Of course. And
Halflings?
yeah, and this is my speed painting project. I made this one. All of this was painted in less than 24 hours.
Wow. Less than 24 hours, Joe. With speed paints.
No, there were no speed paints back then.
Oh, no speed. Yeah, that's right. What am I thinking? I thought you said speed paints. Wow.
It was a speed painting project because I painted everything in less than 24 hours, but
Okay.
there were no speed paints back then.
I'd like to see some close-ups. I'd like to see some close-ups of this 24-hour project. They're probably really good. Oh, here we go.
Well, I had to be
Oh,
smart,
God.
so I primed them all in this orange color because I had total freedom in color scheme. So I primed them all in orange, painted the base colors, washed them.
Oh,
I don't think there are any highlights in there.
they're great. That looks great.
Yeah, they're looking good. Of course, the bases are awful because I didn't have time to glue the sand to the bases, so it's only static grass. And the wizard.
These are the plastics, right?
Yeah, it's the Island of Blood starter set.
Yeah,
The
that's
different starter set.
Jesse has all these too. In his painted army. The blue and white. These are really nice. Man, 24 hours. Look at this. I like that theme, that color scheme you got going there with the orange. That's different. I got that model. It's right next to me, actually. No, he's in the other room, actually, on the bookshelf. Jesse painted him. Wow. Let's check the chat. I'm glad if it takes me 24 hours to paint as much as good. How you doing, Nerdy Ogre? Just looking over some of Ars's miniatures from days gone by. He painted these up, these elves, in 24 hours. With non-speed paints. So actually painted. Wow. All right, you go ahead and post some more pictures and we'll look at them. I'm gonna go in the other room for like 15 seconds and I'm gonna bring those miniatures in, all right? I'll be right back. these out of the way. Clean up this screen a little bit.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, I didn't even know you were gone. I left the room. Wow, what happened?
Well, my internet connection broke.
Okay. You feel free to post some more pictures and we'll look at them later. I'm gonna start showing off these models.
Ah,
Let's see what we got. Let me see if I could do it this way. I don't know. I think I want some light. Yeah, let's get some light. So. Is my autofocus on? No.
Pit Fighter.
Let's see. Yeah, I got a pit fighter here. It looks like he's done, except his base. It's just painted brown. Yeah. Let's do the autofocus. Maybe it'll be nice to me.
Oh yeah.
Arr.
Arr. Yeah, nice. Nicely done.
Here's a undead wraith.
Oh, I have this guy. With this red robe, he looks like Santa Claus.
Yeah, he does. The white. I gotta use him. This guy is Aguila Blackmane. He was never completely painted, but this was Jesse's general for his Chaos Army. Remember this model?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice start on the Colossus armor.
I'm sure he'll finish him. So I kept him. A lot of good memories. Remember this guy?
No.
Hero.
The Hero Quest, yeah, Orc. I have these guys. Ah, very nice. And classic Goblin Green base.
Yeah, it is. It is. I just realized that. Boy, that's going back. Meat cleaver in hand. And yeah, I actually painted this guy from Advanced Hero Quest. His shield come off, sadly. Come on. I painted his eyes. That's funny. Come on, focus. Yeah, his eyes are painted. Just barely see
Yeah,
them.
nicely done.
There it is. That's an
Well
old one.
done.
Thank you. That's an old one from back in the day. Here's Frodo. Or no, this is that Frodo? No, this is Samwise. Come on.
Yeah, it's Samwise, I think. Yeah.
Nice spacing.
This is Frodo.
Didn't do much with the face, but clothes look good. His sword is actually glowing blue. I don't know if it shows up. It's got
Little, yeah.
These came with the very first edition of the Lord of the Rings
Lord of the
boxed
Rings, yeah.
game.
It was 2001.
Yeah.
Oh, Skaven.
Long ago.
Amazing.
Boy, it's nice. It's nice that I have these.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a zombie. I don't know if I put them together, but it's kind of comical. He's plastic.
Mm-hmm. It's thought in his back.
Yeah, he does. That's funny. Oh man, here's a war dancer who came off his base. I gotta fix him.
Mm-hmm.
We had a whole wood elf army. It's too bad I don't have that army anymore. That was a good one. Dirthu the Tree Man was in it and everything. Here's some really old, not completely painted.
High-end Fortress.
Yeah.
4th edition.
Yep. Plastic 4th editions. Yeah, that's old. Let's see. I'll show a couple more from this layer. Here's a little guy to hold spells for the magic caster.
Mm-hmm.
What are they called?
Familiar.
Yeah, familiar.
I think this is a familiar, spell familiar or something like that. Nice.
It's kind of cute. Dog.
Mm-hmm. I think this dog is from Witch Hunter. Is that from Mordheim?
There's another wolf. I don't know why I'm showing these. They're pretty basic, but I'm gonna show them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Rawr.
Yeah, I painted a lot of them for my Wolf Riders.
I'll show this guy because it's part of my, I don't know what city, state, or whatever it was, but this was my war band for Mordheim. Not completely finished, as you can tell, but
Mm-hmm.
you can see his main colors coming along there.
Yeah, I always like this model.
I'm gonna add him to my witch hunter group here that I'm working on, so he's gonna get finished. Alright, let's see what's underneath this layer. See if I can find some really old ones. Oh, there's this thing. Gotta show him for my big game hunting in Africa games. I saved him. That's a foundry model. Alright, let's see. I've got this guy. Jesse painted him. So it's plastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same I painted. That's my beat painted army.
Very dark. I think he primed everything black. So they definitely look dark.
Mm-hmm.
It's alright.
Ah, yeah, the Illyrian rivers. One of the best high elf models ever made, in my opinion.
Hey, another skeleton. I'm gonna put him on my base here and use him. This is one of the first. Come on.
Yeah, he's from that Skeleton Horde box set.
Yeah.
Late 80s.
Yep. Oh, he's not showing. I'm gonna save him. Remember these little guys? They're from Warhammer Quest. Come on, camera. Don't make me start swinging. Little Warhammer Quest spiders.
Oh, nice banner.
Yeah, it's hand drawn. Jesse did that. Plastic guy.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
This guy's the original dwarf from Advanced Hero Quest. He's plastic.
This is the one I have.
Come on, you want to focus. I painted his eyes.
I want to see him. Mine is also painted, but not by me. Oh yeah, here it is. Beautiful.
You can see his little eyeballs.
Mhm. And you painted his lips too.
Did I?
Yeah. It seems like.
Little teeth. I can see his teeth.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cool.
my God. Oh, I never finished the hammer and the shield. It's still white. This is an oldie.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, I've got more guys. I'll quickly show him real quick. Another one from my war band.
Mm-hmm.
I like this guy because he's got a big bandage on his face.
Yeah. I think originally there were Marienburgers.
Is that what they were? Ah.
Yeah. It was
Okay.
a Marienburg warband, I think. There should be also a guy with 2 pistols. Ah, yeah.
There's the
The
guy.
mage.
Yeah, it's the guy you painted.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse did him. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Oh, here's a. I showed him to you before. He's the only dwarf left from my painted army that I had. The little collection I had as allies for the Bretonnians. I did save one model from the collection, and this guy is it.
Mm-hmm. Mm. It was the long beard, I think.
Yeah. Got it in his belt. So
White and green. Nice.
I don't remember who they were, but they had green and white as their. I think I took it from one of the dwarven clans, and it was white and green. Either that or I made it up. I like the color scheme so much. I'm not sure.
Let's see. I have the 5th edition army book here. Let's see, white and green. I think it's Karakhirn, but not this one. Maybe this one.
Do, 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 do. Did somebody fall out? Let me see. Not much in that one. There's a lot more, but I'm not going to show everything in here. That's the important stuff. Let's go to the second container. While ours looks up something.
Now in 5th edition army book there is no.
No white and green?
There are no colors for Karaks.
Huh. I remember reading and really looking it up, and I wanted to find a scheme. It could be, though, that I didn't like any of them, so I took my own.
It may be in Warhammer Armies Painting Guide.
I don't know. I don't remember that.
It's basically how to paint Warhammer miniatures with selection of few armies, but no, there are also no colors for Karaks.
There must be something written somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it.
Or maybe an old white dwarf or something.
I think this is Tecles or Teclis. One of the twins. If he focuses, he's not painted. There he is.
It's Tyrion.
Tyrion, that's what it is.
Yeah, Teclis was mage and this one was a fighter.
They're twins.
Yeah. I don't know if twins, but they were brothers.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Alright, so now I'll show this guy. Painted Skaven I did. Probably the only Skaven. One of the few Skaven I actually painted. I've shown him before. You might have seen him, ours.
Focus.
Come on. Boy, that don't want to focus. You got to focus on this guy. He's awesome. There he is.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, he is awesome. Very nice.
Old school base, I notice.
Mm-hmm. And now paint 200 like this.
Yeah, right? Now, to contrast that, I'm going to show you a miniature. I don't want to say I painted this model. He's got the classic. You got to see this.
Mm.
Focus on his eyes. Focus on the eyes. He's a classic. There he is. Classic.
Well, at least he looks straight.
There he is.
He's very scary, but
Yes.
he looks straight.
He's ready for action. I gotta put him on the tabletop. This guy's glorious.
Yeah.
This was a guy made out of solder. I cast him myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's going back to the D&D days. Here's a little goblin that I cast. Come on. Am I too close? You know what? Let me fix this so that it just focuses on a spot here. Let me see. I want it to be about right there. Right there. That's good.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah. There's a little cast goblin.
Yeah, funny guy.
Little tiny base. That's tiny.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a lot of these models. They were from back in the day that I cast. They're Prince August models. Where the hell's the focus? Where's the
Yeah, you
focus?
have autofocus, I think. Okay.
Oh, went to autofocus for some reason. Let me do this again. Right there. Alright, so this guy's supposed to be a hobgoblin. There's not much to him. His face doesn't stand out. But, yeah, that's another cast figure. I got lots of those. I'm not going to show every one of them, but that's another cast figure that I did. You can see my very early painting scheme going on there. I'm going to assume that I painted him. He was armed with a club. I turned it into a sword by squishing the club down and filing it so it looks like a sword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This guy's an old Grenadier model. This is going back in the 80s.
Oh,
And
yeah, like he looks with the serpents on his helmet, like these warriors from the original Conan
yeah.
movie.
Yep.
Nice.
So that's D&D stuff. Here's a vampire for Deadlands that I was working on. I never finished. This was in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty nasty. Here's a Ralpartha elf that I was working on using black lining, which you'll see. He was primed white, But then I put black paint in all the lined areas. This is the technique I was using back then. It's a Ralpartha elf.
Mm. Yeah, nice.
Well, it looks like the cloak was done. That's nice. An old Ralpartha. That was Jesse's character. He's got another version of that model in here who's higher level. Let's see if I could find him. So we go to the bottom layer, the last layer. Here's a Ralpartha halfling, again for my AD&D games. I painted him. Not spectacular. The eyes are staring at you. I didn't know how to paint eyes back then. Here's a couple elves. One is from Hero Quest and one is from Advanced Hero Quest. So you tell me, Ars, which one is this one from?
This one.
He must have been wearing sunglasses. He's pale around his eyes. Right.
Yeah. I don't remember which one was which. Do you have the other one?
I do.
I think this one is advanced.
Yep.
Hero Quest.
So the other guy is Hero Quest.
Yeah.
Very nice stuff. So remember that elf I showed you, the Ralpartha for Jesse's character? Ralpartha used to make what was, I don't know what the series was, but they made player characters models in packs of 3. The first one shows them at very low level. The second one shows them at a mid level. And the third figure shows them when they're veteran. They're like near 20th level.
Okay.
So this is the same elf, except he's now at like 15th level or something.
Okay. Yeah, cool idea.
So this would be like first level, low level, you know, and then later on you can use this model when he's higher level.
Yeah, nice.
Better paint job on him.
Nice.
It's going back, Ars. This is a long time ago. This model is a Ralpartha Rogue. It's one of the very first models I ever painted. Again, I don't know how to paint eyes, so he looks like he's probably staring at you like a zombie. I don't know what's going on with his eyes. Might have actually painted over his eyes. Yeah, I think I painted over his eyes so he wasn't staring. But
Yeah, but if this is one of your first miniatures, it's amazing.
Thanks, Ars. That's one of the first.
One of my first miniatures were awful. We're nowhere near this one.
Oh, here's the other guy. No, this isn't him. This is another Ralpartha. I thought maybe this was the elf as well, but it's not.
Yeah, also cool model.
Yeah. Ralparthas. And this guy, I guess he's a Ralpartha as well. He's pretty nice.
Yeah, very nice. Good for a Bretonnian bowman.
Yeah.
Or even 100 Years War.
There's that skeleton I was showing.
Yeah.
He's got rusty armor on. That's pretty cool. I think one thing you'll notice about these, there's figures that were painted around the same time and they look like shit compared to, say, what I just showed you, which was painted around the same time, like this guy. Now granted, I painted him before, but there is a huge difference in quality. He's got that look in his eyes. Look at him. Me in the frickin' eyes, man.
He's afraid of something, though.
I guess so. This was another model I casted out of solder.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad on the shield. Looks like a dragon or a griffin or some damn thing. Not bad. I didn't blackline it at all. So yeah, it doesn't stand out. But yeah, that was back in the day, man. And oh, here's the other guy. Here's the third version of that elf. Yeah, so when you were at the lowest levels, you'd be this guy, right?
Yeah.
He's got padded armor and stuff. He's got his red cape, and he loves the sword. Once you're around mid-level, here's where he starts to add some armor.
Nice.
Again with the eyes. I'm painting eyes back then. Gripes. And there's his
This
red.
guy is hungry.
There's his red cape and his yellow plume. That seems to seems to be a thing. This guy is the final level. There's that yellow plume and the. Yeah, it was a great idea. Great idea for a range of models.
Yeah, really cool.
I have all three. That's cool. Here's another halfling, Ralpartha. Again with the eyes.
Blue eyes.
Yeah.
Behind blue eyes.
And here's a wizard, Ralpartha.
Mm-hmm.
I did better in the eyes. It looks like I painted eyebrows. Yeah.
Yeah, the guys with the eyebrows look more angry.
I see that, James. Thanks, man. I'm going to get to it in a second. This guy has a terrible face, but he's some kind of character. He's a grenadier model.
Yeah, he had a fade and under his nose he looked like from an angle when this fade he looked a little like a famous Austrian painter.
Here's another model I cast that I painted. He's actually a little better. Did I do the eyes? I think maybe? I don't know.
No, there are no eyes. He's blind.
Yeah. So keep in mind, I used to use these in our AD&D games back in the day. So, I mean, here's a Ralpartha. Here's, where did he go? Here's wait till you see the dwarf. That guy's one I cast, but he's really small by comparison. He's beat up too. But here, wait, lots of these little goblins. I put aluminum foil over his head. That's aluminum foil. And I painted it so it looks like some type of hood hiding his head.
Yeah.
Goblins. A lot of bending and shaping. I mean, I cast them out of solder so I could do whatever I wanted with them. They're basically all the same guy, but I'm like the other guy made that into a sword, you know. Yeah, so I got lots of those guys floating around here. But my point is if you look at some of them, you know, they don't look spectacular. But I painted these around the same time that I painted that other guy that looked pretty good, this rogue. I mean, that's a big difference. It's like I knew the difference between models. Like, these are important, so we paint them up. These aren't so important, so we paint them fast and get them done on the table. And here's another goblin, but this was a flag I converted. And again, I used aluminum foil out of this. It's an aluminum foil banner. Instead of a shield, he's holding that thing. I don't know if he was a different model from the spearman, but yeah, it looks pretty good.
Yeah,
Made my own banner
and
from a spear.
you never have only one goblin on the table. You always have a lot of them, so
Yeah.
they don't have to be perfectly painted, each of them. As you say, they are not important characters.
Guys from Hero Quest.
Ah, zombie.
Yeah, that's an old model. Let me see, is there another layer? No, that's a good look at some of those old models. I really wanted to show you this one though, because I might have touched him up later on because he was like the first real model that I painted. Like I painted over his eyes, I got rid of the staring glare, just fleshed them up. But
Yeah, he's really, really well painted. I heard there is a challenge somewhere in Instagram or somewhere to, it's called glow up your miniature or something like that. And the theme is that you take one of the miniatures you painted long time ago and you don't necessarily repaint the miniature, but just, give it a little touch-ups to make the miniature pop to look better.
yeah, that's a good idea.
So yeah, with that rogue, he already looks great.
Yeah, that was probably touched up, so that would be my entry. That's an old freaking figure.
Yeah. Oh, nice vampire.
He's a little further along. Deadlands Vampire. I'm going to use some of these models for sure. My games. Hell, did I use them all? So there's a lot of
nice stuff.
yeah. Thanks, Ars. That's what I managed to save. That's pretty much all the painted stuff, and it goes way back, way back. Those goblins I cast, those were in the 80s. Before you were born. Come on, come on.
Yeah, probably.
Definitely. I started painting these in early 80s, so it'd have to be like any time after 81.
Okay.
When were you born?
Oh yeah, 88.
That's right. You were in the 80s. Yeah. Damn. I'm so glad I still have them. I had all these figures that you saw me play battles with, my Napoleonics and Flames of War. And they're great, but I got rid of them all. But the ones I did save are the ones that were even more important. And that was the figures I showed you. That's the stuff I started with back in the 80s and the 90s.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have to find some of my stuff. I think it's in my parents' basement or somewhere there. My parents went to their honeymoon. My mother was pregnant with me. And of course they didn't know if they would have a son or daughter. But my father knew he wanted a son. So during the honeymoon they bought a bag of plastic soldiers for me.
Yeah.
These were, I think, Airfix, British 8th Army, and Afrika Corps. From a very, very hard plastic. They were easy to break, they didn't bend at all. But I still have some of them. And When I was about 6 years old, I started painting those miniatures. And they are not painted well. But yeah, that were the first miniatures I painted. With
Wow.
Humboldt paints.
You said you don't have them anymore?
I should have them
Should have them.
in my parents' basement.
You should look for them, man. They're worth having on your shelf and showing off. Memories, man. Thanks, James. I appreciate that. You are a good man.
But I remember the first miniature I was proud with. And it was about 10 years old, maybe 9. And I had a set of Italeri French dragoons from Napoleonic Wars. And in that set there was a standard bearer. I painted him and I painted his flag. And I was really proud of it because this flag was freaking tiny.
Yeah.
These were 1/72 scale miniatures.
Yeah. Well, that's not so tiny. Come on. But I get it. Joe asked a couple questions. Isn't melting and casting an incredibly complicated process? Not for me. I got them at Prince August. You can still go to their website, princeaugustminiatures.com, something like that. It's a UK-based company. It's been around forever. They sell silicon molds, which are small. And each of these molds has, I don't know, maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 different models, and it depends on what you cast. They have Napoleonics. They have in 25 millimeter, true 25 millimeter. They might have expanded their offerings these days. This is going back in the 80s. And they had fantasy stuff. And I bought a ton of them. Still have them. Still usable. They're up in my attic in the other house. I'm going to bring them down here so I could keep them. And it was just a simple process of, okay, you take talcum powder and you put them in each half of this little silicon rectangle. And it's only like this big, you know. Literally set in your hands. You put talcum powder on each side, mix it around, and then you close it up. And then you take these wooden blocks. I used 2 wooden blocks that were like 1/2-inch plywood on each side of the mold and wrap the ends with rubber bands so it keeps the mold, the silicone mold, together nice and tight. And then what you do is you melt some modeling metal, or in my case, solder. I literally used solder, the kind you use to repair plumbing pipes. I melted it on my kitchen stove, of all things. It was the 80s, come on. In a ladle, which was an antique from the 1800s, because, hey, I lived in a farm in an antique house, so I had things like that. I just heated it up, melted the solder, and you pour it in the top holes of this little silicone mold. And then you let it set. You know, you got to bang it like this a little bit to get the air bubbles out. You know, the talcum powder helps. And then after it sets and cools down, you take the rubber bands off, take the plywood blocks off, and you just open up carefully. You open up the 2 halves of this silicone mold rectangle. And there's the 3 little models in this case. And they have these little, they've got the flash, and they've got the, where you pour it in, it leaves a big, it looks like a fishing weight. It's a big thing. It's where, you know, you pour it in at the top, it fills up. You got to clip it off, deflash it, clean it up. There's your model. You're done. That's the whole process. And you can buy these molds on Prince August website even today. You can go get them, and they sold something called modeling metal, which was made of certain alloys, you know, to do that. I don't know if they still do, but yeah, instead of 3D printing, you could buy these molds and all kinds of stuff you could use. So that's how complicated it was for me, a teenager. Next question. Where did you get all the different models for the different levels? Ralpartha, you might be able to still find them. Go to their website, ralpartha.com, ralparthaminiatures.com, whatever. They've been around forever, especially in the 80s. They were the official supplier of D&D and AD&D figures throughout the 80s and 90s, as well as Grenadier models. They were also the official early on. I think Grenadier was the first. But go to the website, and they still sell the classic line of miniatures, including the ones I just showed you. Now, they're probably not packaged the same. That line of 3 characters in one package, I don't think they make that line anymore, but you can still find the individual models I showed you. And they're classic 25mm miniatures, ideal for role-playing, as well as battle games. I've seen them used in Battle System, which was AD&D's miniatures game at the time. Big units of these guys. So they got lots to get over there at Ralpartha, even to this day. And James, $5. Again, I appreciate that, James. As always, you are a pillar of the community here. Joe says, those were great figures. Thank you for sharing. You're welcome, Joe. And ours. He wanted to see those.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Really, really old school and cool.
Yeah, I gotta do some bat reps and featuring these models. And it'd be so cool because they're old school. Even do some old school terrain. And just, play some of these older games even.
So one of the characters in one of my favorite movies said, "There is no school over the old school."
Yeah, there you go. Boom. And some of those models ours that I showed, you'd notice they weren't all completely painted. So it'll be interesting when I take them out and actually finish them. Now, which I'm going to do. So that's going to be fun. A lot of memories. Joe says it's great how you can name so many companies and websites from the top of your head that I've never even heard of. Well, I've been in the hobby 40 years. Maybe more. Or maybe almost 40 years. It's whatever it is. I don't keep track. But come on. You're not going to forget this stuff. The hobby, like ours would agree, is part of our blood. It's part of our DNA at this stage, right? Ours?
Yes, it is.
So you don't forget these things. Like ours knows so much about Warhammer. He's sitting there quoting Warhammer stuff that, like I'm quoting the Ralpartha stuff. And I don't even remember this Warhammer stuff. Like the dwarf clans. Oh, let me grab my book off the shelf. It's not in here, Fritz. Oh, let's go back to 5th and see. It's not in there either. What I would say...
But I think white and green is Karak Hill. That's my bet. I'm not 100% sure, but...
Has to be one of them. I researched and was looking for one that would match what I wanted. So hard. Maybe it's written in the text or something and not on a chart. I don't know. One of those books.
I'm sure the 6th edition book had the images of clan color schemes. But my 6th edition book is in a club.
Where?
I will take it back because I want to have a setup for games in my home.
Yeah. Do you got a big enough space for a big game room?
My dining room is big enough. We have a big table. I will make some boards on top to have a proper size gaming table. Of course, it will be perfect for one-off games. My wife agreed for creating a gaming table, but I don't think she will be happy if I would like to leave a game on a table for a week or so.
Yeah, that would be an issue.
Probably just some, games like Warhammer Fantasy and Forsgrave and stuff. For bigger games, still, the club is the best option. Longer games, I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know. I want to have some independence from the club too.
Yeah, if you got the space, it's worth having. Do you have a big house or is it an apartment?
An apartment, 3 rooms, sleeping room, one which is my basically workshop, and the main room. TV and big table, and our board games collection.
Yes.
But I hope in a few years we'll find something down in Silesia. Probably an old house,
Nice.
19th or 18th century. There is a lot of stuff like this over there.
If I ever make the trip to Europe, I am definitely coming to visit you. You know that. I want to see the club. I want to see your new house with your magnificent game room.
There will be a magnificent game room, that's for sure.
That'd be so awesome. Never know.
And I have an idea, because on one, I don't remember, I think it was a Napoleonic wargame group, one of the Napoleonic wargame groups. I saw there is a guy, an Englishman living in France. And he and his wife, they have a hotel, a bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
In an old French chateau.
Okay.
And each year, the guy, he's a wargamer, he organizes something he called French Wargame Holidays. And you can reserve a term, go to him, spend nice time, visit some nearby battlefields and play in his enormous wargame room, battle with the rule set of your choosing,
Nice.
with his miniatures.
Wow.
And that's what I want to make too.
Yeah, do it. What a great idea.
Yeah. So we'll find a home, we'll make a normal bed and breakfast, and each year there will be a term or 2 terms, a couple of days, when I will organize Silesia Wargame Holidays.
See you, Joe. Joe says goodnight. He's going to bed. It's getting late. You're in the
Good
same
night, Joe.
You're in the same time zone as ours here.
Yeah, it's midnight. But I want to finish this night.
You do.
I don't have to wake up early in the morning for work, so
You taking time off, ours?
yeah, I'm on my sick leave.
Okay. How long you get?
Until Wednesday.
Mm.
Wednesday I'm still free.
When I first met you on here, we were chatting. Were you working at a coffee shop?
No, I never walked
Who was it that worked
the
at a coffee shop? It was somebody over there that I used to talk to. There's another person I know. I think, well, he's younger than you. But he reminds me so much of you. I mean, he's got the same hair and everything. He's up in Canada, though. I haven't talked to him in a while because he's a little younger and he's growing up, going through things, you know, that you go through when you're growing up. And he's actually a really good friend. I keep in touch a little bit on Facebook with him. And you haven't met him, but some of the folks on here do know who I'm talking about. His name is Vincent. Vincent Bryan. And maybe he was the one working in a coffee shop, I'm starting to think. Because I remember that so vividly. I'm sure we'll be talking to him again in the future, old Vincent. He's around. He gave me my first game, my first live play of 40K years ago in one of the painting streams we did. I played the Sisters of Battle and won. I can't remember who he was playing, but yeah, I played the game with him online. I beat him.
I remember you had a battle report from a game. I think it was Napoleonic or World War II, I don't remember. Napoleonic, maybe. You created this setup where you had a couple of people playing, issuing orders basically on, and you set up the table. I think.
Was that Ian?
Maybe.
Because I played in one of Ian's games where all the orders were done by email, and it was an English Civil War battle.
No, it was a live, it was long stream.
Really?
You had people on some kind of Zoom or something like that with webcams and
All at once?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've done that. That's probably one of my Napoleonic games. Yeah, we played a bunch of those. In an Ancients game, we played L'Art de la Guerre. I think there was 4 people involved in that battle. A bunch of Blucher ones were, I think the biggest one we played, there was like 6 people playing, 3 Russian and 3 French players. And then me.
Yeah, that's probably the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was good stuff, but boy, was it demanding on me.
I imagine.
The last live play I did was a Napoleonic battle with 6 players, and I never did another one again after that. It took us a week to fight the battle. But it was good. And just as an aside, that particular battle is one of the battles that inspired my good friend Steve Noble. Is it Steve Noble? I don't want to get his name wrong. I haven't talked
Doug
to him
Noble.
so long. No, there's Doug Noble and there's Andrew Noble, and then there's
So a lot of noblemen.
I can't remember his name. I gotta go back to my Facebook. Now I feel dumb. But anyway, he owns Battle Scale Miniatures. He's the guy that sculpts terrain and sells them. You know, Battle Scale Miniatures. You gotta remember him. Ours. I can't think of his name, but he's Really good guy. He's in that battle, and it was one of the battles that inspired him to actually start up his business, doing what he does, battle scale miniatures.
Hmm.
Maybe we'll talk to him again in the chat. He's always posting on Facebook. Somebody else, another gentleman, is the author of a few different sets of rules. Again, the name escapes me. I can't remember this. But he's on Facebook. My point is, there's a lot of guys that were on there who are actually in the industry or about to be in the industry, which is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry from On Tabletop, he was in a lot of our chats, and he still watches now and then. You know you're out there, Jerry. You ever watch On Tabletop? He's the bearded guy, the Irishman. He's hilarious. But yeah, since then he became the main host on Tabletop. He was in some battles, probably Flames of War. I don't remember which. Yeah, that's how long ago that was. Jeez. Good times. Hopefully ours, I could do them again.
I hope so. Because I'm still waiting for your battle report of General de Brigade.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
Yep.
I don't have any damn miniatures. Well, until you send me yours. But then that changes everything, doesn't it? Yes. Keep that in mind, ours.
Mm-hmm.
This wonderful collection you got there. Just wasting away over there. They could be in a General de Brigade battle. Live. Yeah, right. Good times. That's another one of my more popular videos I've actually made, was my flip through of General de Brigade. And for good reason. It's a fantastic set of rules even to this day.
Yes, it is. Cumbersome to play big battles with it. But
Yeah.
for smaller actions,
Yeah. It's got a lot of color in it. Flavor. So, James, through the grapevine, has decided to move on from 28 mil for the most part. He's going to 15s. He's made his decisions. It's easier to paint the 15s for him. He doesn't want to mess about with all this assembly nonsense, which is a challenge for him because he has, some nerve damage in his hands, so I get it.
mm-hmm.
And he's really turned on by all these 15s that he's seeing people paint up and play with. And they're cheaper, easier to store, and some would say easier to paint. I don't know about that, but it's definitely less surface to put paint on. But yeah, he's moving over to 15s now. I'm happy for him. He's having a terrible time with the assembly of the plastic 28s. And yeah, he's really frustrated with them. So after some long thought, he decided, well, I'm going to move on to 15s. Screw this. So maybe the next time we see him, he's going to be be talking all about 15s. His new passion.
Well, with 28, there are always metals.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to assemble metal miniatures.
Yeah, he knows this. I was going to mention it as well, but
on the other hand, metals are much more expensive.
yeah, there's that. I think one of his big complaints was that it takes too long to paint compared to 15s, which isn't always true, but I get what he's saying. There is more surface to paint, right? So there is that. Okay, but I don't know. I did advise him, but this is up to him, not to go any smaller. Don't go to these micro scales. Don't do it. It might look good in mass, and might be cheaper in general, but I guarantee it's never going to be as satisfying as a 28.
Mm-hmm.
Might come close, but it's not. It never will. 28s are magical, man.
Yeah.
I've been there. Not long ago. But
Okay.
that's up to him. It's up to you, James. It's up to you. Try and get all these little cloth things. Oh, no, I'm not going to get them all. That's, jeez, I got a whole nother row here to work on. Do that tomorrow. Erase. Flip. We had Nick on Friday.
Nick, the medieval wargamer.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to be on with us, if I can remember to message him, this coming Thursday or Friday. It's his only time off. Because he's great to talk to. He's got so much to share about that era in particular. He talks to so many designers. So we'll see him again this later in the week.
Oh. That reminds me.
Yes.
I finished this last night. I have to go back and organize this translation of my rules for you.
That's right, that's right.
And for him.
Yeah. Oh boy, he'll do it. He's got thousands of miniatures he could test out those rules. Yeah. And he'll even make a video on it if you want. That's what he does. God. Or you might find yourself in an interview over on his channel. That's his thing. Yeah. See what he thinks. You know what? I am going to finish all these. There. It's not many. Get all these little rolls, blankets painted.
And for these tools of mine, you don't need huge armies.
No?
No, typical battle is about 15, 20, 25 bases per side.
Alright. I could do that.
And basically, there are no set unit sizes.
Excellent.
You operate in companies, and what size is a company is up to you.
Excellent.
You make units out of companies. So a company may be even a one miniature.
That's good.
In my club, we play that one base of 4 infantry or 2 cavalry is a company. It's up to you.
Do they cover the whole of ancients, or is it medieval? Hero.
It's medieval, and it's mostly up to, I think, Azonkul.
Okay. Huh.
Maybe a little bit later, maybe up to Husit, but
Gotcha.
it worked best with the time when cavalry was the most powerful.
Gotcha. Good. Be good for you to get some feedback. Some, especially out of your country. 'Cause you never know. You might be able to publish these, and it turns out to be a really frickin' good game.
Yeah, I hope so. One of my dreams is to publish some of my games, so I think this one is the first that is really good for publishing. I'm just a little tired of doing everything by myself, so I would like to have someone to read it for me and, editors and proofreaders and stuff.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it and play the damn thing and see what I think of the rules. Nick would do also. Because you might be onto something, really.
I think you will find them pretty similar to other stuff you know,
Yeah.
because basically the combat mechanics is modified version of General the Brigade combat mechanics.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, I think you told me that.
So it's basically the opposite roll of 2d6 with some modifiers.
Huh. There's one gentleman I know that I met through Nick. Uh, Again, the name escapes me, but he authored the game Vows of Iron, which is medieval set of rules. It comes with a deck of cards. I don't think they're special dice. I don't think so. I think I'm thinking of a different game. More to Glorium or something, which I also have a playtest copy of. But his set of rules he published. He self-published it. It's his own thing. And it's a really good game. And it's totally focused on the Middle Ages, medieval combat.
Mhm.
It's got army lists. It's really well designed, actually. He did a really good job on it. And last I spoke to him, he was working on a version that was for the English Civil War. But I wanted to do a battle report on it. I don't think I did. I just did a video review of it, flip through. And I got to know the guy. I'm friends with him over on Facebookers. And he's just a normal guy, you know, he's not involved any deeper than this in the industry side of the hobby. So it's not a difficult thing for someone to go out and publish their own set of rules. You know this, of course. It's an easy thing
Yeah.
to do. But I know you're trying to do things a little more professional and art, have people involved that know what they're doing, because you've been in that industry as a playtester at least for
Mhm.
Forge of Fire and Fury. Or not Fire and Fury.
By
the
fire
sword.
and sword.
By fire and sword.
By fire and sword, yeah.
I can't remember squat today. But I get that. So I don't think this is difficult for you if it's really good. And I can see potential in it. Maybe Nick can see potential. I think you should do it. Well, we'll look at it first, but man, if it's as good as I think it is, you got to get something out there, Ars.
Yeah, I know it needs a little bit of polishing, but basically the core of everything is done and it's tasted, play tested on, you know, similar armies in my club, yeah. So I know these rules work. They just need a little bit of polishing and editing. And what is most important, I know they make fun games.
Yeah. Well, get it so that it's readable and usable for me anyway, and shoot it over, and if I have to add a few extra bases of models, I'll do so, just to get a real game in. Not just move around a few models and test out the mechanics. Actually play the damn thing. Get some good feedback on it. Tell you what I think. As far as editing is concerned, I am not an editor. Although I am obsessed with editing my own stuff and other people's stuff when they write. So I am very conscious of stuff when I read. I'll make it a point to take a few notes, like, oh, you could write this better, clear. Your comma should be here. I'll be quick to point that out. Don't worry.
Yeah, especially that I'm I'm not feel good in writing in English, so it's basically going to be
A
my
nightmare.
Polish. No, it's already translated. I just have to edit it because I used ChatGPT to translate it.
I know. That's useful for that.
And I saw there are some mistakes to correct because ChatGPT it doesn't know all the words
No.
good. So
Huh. Until you brought that up, I never thought of that. This was weeks ago when you brought up the GPT thing, translating. And if I had a book written in, well, like Polish or anything, Swedish, that was a military manual in Swedish or Russian, and if I had it on PDF, I could just copy that and paste it in the GPT, and boom, that's gonna tell me what it's saying, enough to be able to read the damn caption to the picture, for instance. That's really useful.
yeah, but it works best if you divide the longer text into smaller parts.
Yeah.
So, for example, translate it not even page by page, but paragraph by paragraph.
Yeah.
Then it should work okay.
Yeah. I'll have to try that out. I'll probably be trying it out on your rules. What the hell is he saying here? I can't read this sentence. It's just totally alien to me. Maybe I'll figure it out.
Okay, I will send it to you in English and Polish.
No, you take your time. You take your time. You get it all done for me. Come on. When you're ready, you just send it along. I mean, I could always message you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now the field. Do I have a bull field?
While ours finishes up, I'm gonna paint a little bit extra on these skeletons. Paint some.
Yeah,
toes and
only
fingers.
the shield left, and then some tufts of the bases.
Okey doke. Perfect.
But I need to find the shield first. Lion.
Somebody join in?
Yes.
Who is that? Is that you, James?
Me.
So Yums.
Hello, James.
Hey, how you doing?
God, I haven't talked to James in, I want to say, weeks. How long has it been?
It's been a little while.
You've been
I've
sick.
been here. Down here in the office, having a look at what's on sale at Steam at the moment. Every so often, I pick something up, but very rarely do I actually keep it. I'm really, really tight when it comes to Steam. Like, I'll pretty much just buy stuff on sale, and then, unless I really love it, I just uninstall it after like 3 plays. But, sitting here, found my dice yesterday, all my good dice anyway.
Saw
Been
that.
making a point of keeping my quality dice separate from my, the kind that you get with starter sets and stuff like that. And yeah, I will be probably making a shift to 15 mil.
Yep.
It's
For you,
to some people, the
for
price.
you, I think it's the right thing to do. I think you'll be much happier with your hobby if you did
Well,
that.
I'm just starting to feel a little bit trapped by all of the 28 mil plastic around me. You know what I mean? Like I feel
I
like I'm
don't.
starting to become a prisoner of all of these boxes. You know?
I have no idea what you are talking about.
Exactly.
I live with boxes of stuff around me. I don't know how it is to live without them.
Well, I have this little room and it's decent, but sometimes I think, wouldn't it be nice to have, say, half of that shelf space back? Yeah. So,
Yeah, but I think the main reason is because of your hands.
well, the main
You're sick
reason
and
is,
tired of assembling these 28 millimeter plastics. Essentially, is what's
yeah,
driving you crazy.
it's less so about, it's not even so much about painting them as it is cleaning them up and putting them together is really demanding. If you want to do it properly, like really give it a good going over, it's necessary to, put in the effort and give everything a few passes and a few proper cleans down. Whereas with 15 mil, I only really have to contend with the mold mines, and then I like to brush the models down with a little bit of IPA to get rid of any stray filings, and then prime them. It's faster, it's less surface area, it's less fiddling. Plus, I get to make more use of my playing surface. I get to have more terrain options. I get to have. I actually would go as far as saying that even though some of these manufacturers are finishing up, and it's actually timely to almost try and get in while you can with some of them. I know Magister Meletum is folding, a couple of other ones are folding. But it's still got an accessibility to it. I still think my gaming table is going to be a much larger playing area at 15 mil than it is at 28 mil.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Well, my take with 15s was always, well, if I painted something smaller, I need much more of them. So
Sure.
my
And
idea,
I mean,
so my
like,
idea was, instead of painting 36 miniatures per Napoleonic battalion, I should play 64 or 72 or something like that, or 120.
Well, I intend to still paint and keep the odd 28 mil. Like, I think painting them is a different process. Like, it's something you can do. You can have one on your desk for like a week and chip away at it, and really build it up. But mass producing them for ranks is not fun. I don't personally find it fun, rather. I mean, obviously you guys enjoy it, but
No,
with my
I don't.
injury, it's, I spend a lot of time sitting there with holding parts together, hoping they'll glue, while I can't even feel my hands. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to harp on about it or complain about my situation. Obviously, other people struggle with worse, but it's just a lot easier for me not to contend with all of that. I did think I was going to do a lot of stuff with kit bashing and whatnot, and I'll probably still hold on to the loose sprues that I bought just so I can,
Mm-hmm.
fool around and maybe make small war bands or whatever. But I was doing 30 Oathmark humans, and I was like cleaning the whole sprue, so I have the parts for my parts bin, and then cleaning the parts again to assemble them, and then once they're together, I was like, all right, now I'm going to put down the Zenithal. It's like, okay, the Zenithal looks like crap, so I'm going to glaze it a whole bunch of different colors and then dry brush it. Okay, now it looks even worse. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's maybe a little bit more straightforward for me to like, do 15 at this point.
Yeah, just try and see what fits you.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
try.
I've done it before. The difficulty with 15 is knowing when to stop in terms of painting, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, I painted a lot of 15s when I worked for a company that was producing a game in 15mm. So I had to do it, and honestly, I didn't find it any faster or easier than 28s. In fact, I found it more discouraging because you have pretty much similar amount of detail on much smaller miniature. So that was
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean by sometimes it's difficult to know when to stop. But, the thing is, if I paint a 28mm and I decide to skip something or just leave it in the kind of, say a base coat brown, and I decide to leave some parts dark brown, trousers, boots, or whatever.
Mhm.
On a 28mm, that looks really bad, but on a 15mm, that looks kind of acceptable. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, I don't know. I think I can get away with a bit more, but it's not really the painting that I find painting quite enjoyable, and with painting you can just do a little bit and then stop. When you're assembling regiments and cleaning them up, you kind of feel
Yeah.
obligated to really push through,
Yeah.
and so it always takes me like a week to get a whole box of minis like cleaned up and assembled, sometimes 2 weeks, and then by that time rolls around, I just don't feel like painting,
Mhm.
at all. I'm just not enthusiastic about it because like the progress has been slowed over the course of a week. And people could say, well, why don't you just ignore some of the mold lines and flash and stuff like that? I mean, it's still difficult for me to put them together. And, if I was doing something like that where I wasn't putting too much stock into cleaning them up, I would probably just do 1/72 scale and like save 90% of the cost. You know what I mean? I go for something like that costs 1/10 of the price. And that's the other thing is like, it's difficult. Like in 15mm, I can have like a very comprehensive army for around under $100, whereas in 28mm, I think, next month I'll be able to add a box of cavalry, you know?
Yeah, it's much
And
slower
so
process.
I forever got this thing in my head of like, nothing ever feels finished. Basically, nothing ever feels finished. So
Mhm.
I've always got this like mentality of like, oh, I need another box to complete that match up, and that's how I end up accumulating all this stuff. So I'm gonna sell a lot of it. I'm gonna keep some of it, but I'm gonna sell a lot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the most important thing is to find the scale and stuff that you really enjoy and take up to it.
Yeah, well, I've got a I've got a box of alternative armies, 15 mil, just some random stuff that I like, random sci-fi and fantasy stuff that I bought. So I might have a play around with some of that later, just to get like back into the feel. See if it really is something I'm enjoying. Because if I struggle with that as well, like honestly, like I'll just play board games until such time as I can get like back surgery or something. I don't know. But you know, I've got some stuff that I can work on. I'll be listing some stuff over the next couple of weeks. Clear out some space. I'm sure my a lot of battle tech that I'm probably going to sell, and I'm part of the reason that I'm going to sell it is like, it's not 28 mil, it's monopose, but in my mind I was always like, oh, when tanks and artillery and stuff come out, I'll play battle tech, like when I can play more of a combined arms kind of game with it, I'll play it. But it takes such a long time for those things to kind of filter out into the wider consumer population, and I kind of feel like reading the rules, it feels like a lot of these mechs and stuff, they're like clunkier than early World War II tanks, They just don't operate that well sometimes. I'm like, I don't know if I want to play this game.
Wow. Boy, you're really rethinking stuff, aren't you?
Yeah.
You really are.
I've got a critical eye at the moment. But like, what do I actually want? What do I actually need? How much of what I'm doing is dictated by what's available, rather than what I'm actually passionate about. What would I enjoy doing versus what do I feel like I should be doing? Yeah. So, doesn't seem to be much on Steam, that's for sure. Sorry, Steam, but you're the Wild West. Yeah, I mean, even all my Kings of War stuff, like I'll probably list most of that. So many shelves back. I can actually think about, I get the breathing space to actually do a project and then like store it, and then do a project and then store it, and actually know where I am with things, rather than always feeling like, oh, I just need one more unit of archers, one more unit of cavalry, and then this army will be complete.
See, Fritz, we spoke about doing projects some streams ago.
Yeah.
How we see things. For me, for example, a project is never finished.
Mm-hmm.
I just have, I have goals. For example, with my Bretonians, my goal is to have 3,000 points of painted Bretonians.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean I won't add anything to this after that point.
Yeah.
All of my projects are never ending because I may see something or may have a mood
I
to
think it's
paint some
doable.
Bretonians and just want to make
I
them.
mean, that's viable if you are interested in sort of like 2 or 3 periods or genres. Like, my problem is I like a little bit of everything, right?
Well, to be honest, I have 5 Warhammer armies. I have
Mhm.
Ancient Army. I have 2 Medieval armies. I have Napoleonic Army. I have
Mhm.
World War II Army. So I have a lot of stuff. It's not 2 or 3. It's about dozen of different projects going on. So yeah,
But then there's always a cost and a trade-off, right? You know,
yeah, but
it's
for
like,
me, that's what keeps me in this hobby, because if I would have to concentrate on one project and paint everything for it, then I would get bored, because how many Duchy of Warsaw uniforms I can paint without any break? You know, I need a lot of stuff to keep my interest, to keep my enjoyment in painting. When I'm tired of painting knights, then I will paint some, I don't know, World War II stuff or Napoleonics. That's
Mhm.
how, just to
Yeah. And I
have
mean,
something composition.
I like to butterfly from like area to area, but at the same time, I think that just the scope and the scale of like what I'm trying to do is getting away from me. Like,
Hmm.
trying to do mass battle stuff in my own garage on my own, like solo, you know, as a first time kind of thing in 28 mil is like quite an undertaking, and it's even more of an undertaking spread out across like multiple periods. But
Yeah, that's
you
for
know,
sure.
and I always had this mentality of like, oh, I'll just hoard everything I need, and I'll just accumulate all this stuff and like have a stockpile to like work on at all times. And in a way, that has always been a mistake because, you know, eventually I lose track of what I have and what I don't have,
Hmm.
and things don't get done. So it sort of depends on where you're at. Like, it depends on how experienced you are, because you're like playing in a club and like
Yeah,
you've got some armies under your belt. It's a little bit different. You're a
yeah,
little bit
that's true.
more like you've got your rhythm and you like know what you like and how to get a good result. And I'm still kind of finding all those things like after like 2 years, you know.
Hmm.
So yeah, but I always look to what you do as like an inspiration, even though I don't really like I just kind of can take or leave Warhammer, you know. Uh, I mean, I like the old iterations of the game, and I love the older rule books, like the artwork and lore and stuff. But I almost feel like for me, it's just easier to like build a more generic fantasy world, like in Oathmark or something like
Hmm.
that. Like,
Uh,
it's easier for me to get my head around and be creative with that than just walk the Warhammer path a little bit.
yeah, you may look on the old hammer on over here in Discord. You will see some
Mhm.
pictures from the battles I played about 15 years ago. You will
Mhm.
see how everything changed.
Well, it's funny. Like, there's a photo that you guys were showing. You were going through the other day, and I think it was 1990s.
Yeah,
but it still had that overhang of the 80s look to it. You know, the way everyone's dressed. But I was going to ask you actually, I don't know much about like Poland under communism,
Mm-hmm.
but I got the impression from watching a few documentaries that whether this might have been to the annoyance of the Soviets as well, but they never really seemed to be able to fully impose. Like, it always seems like there was some private ownership and like trade mixed into the Polish system, as opposed to like the Russian one, or you know, even the German one had some private activity. But I got the impression that because like a lot of people were still living on their land, like they were never really fully able to impose that system. Is that right, or is that overstating it?
Well, most of the private land and private property in terms of, you know, buildings and stuff was nationalized.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, there were no. Basically, there was no private ownership during that era.
Yeah.
We had a thing called PGR, which is public farmland. So we have basically farmlands that didn't belong to any private owner. They belong to the country. So, and everyone could, you know, cultivate this farmland. But on the other side, there was a lot of private initiative in things like small business and services, because there was all, you know, Poles were always a little bit rebellious, and we don't like when someone orders us to do something we don't like. So Poland was different than Soviet Union in many cases. They tried, but they failed, basically.
I just got the impression that it was slightly more of a mixed economy than like Russia or even East Germany or something.
No, like East Germany for Poland was like the West. It was window for the West from our perspective. East Germany was a freedom in economy from us. So it's a different world. When my father visited Berlin in, I think it was late 70s or early 80s, he told me that he thought, well, now he can see a real West, because you know you could buy a not a CD, the vinyl in a shop. In Poland, it was impossible. You had people going from Germany to buy a record, and then they copied it in their home and sell it, you know, from hand to hand, because it's impossible to buy it normally.
In Russia they used to take old X-ray scans and engrave the record onto that. So there was a whole second-hand market of like reproduced recordings. Very lo-fi, of course, on like people's X-rays, like cut into discs. Wear out very fast.
For example, buying jeans, you know, trousers, jeans, was also almost impossible in Poland in that time, because original pair of jeans costed something like half of monthly salary. You had few shops in Poland where you could buy things from the West, like jeans, like some records, like other stuff. But you could pay there only in dollars, in American dollars.
Yeah.
And a typical, a pair of jeans at that time in those shops cost like $50, $75, and typical Polish salary per month was like $150.
Yeah.
So these were difficult times.
Yeah. Oh, it's just always interesting to me, like when you learn about these kind of Eastern Bloc economies. Like the story always turns out to be more complicated than, like the only way they could kind of keep them going is allowing a little bit of private trade. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
Just a little bit.
Despite the ideals of like how it might work, it's like in reality they still need to make money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So how are you, Fritz? What's going on?
Doing good. Had a weekend off. Played some Pathfinder 2e last night. Gonna play some 4e this Sunday. I'm excited about what I'm working on here. I've got the skeletons going. I'm gonna work on some skinwalkers, which will double as ghouls, of course. My own stuff. I love that. Commission is well ahead at this point. I'm doing really good. I'm really happy. Life is amazing. And I've got caramellos on the way. Look out, folks. Look out. Just what I need right now. Fully stocked.
Yeah. Always good.
At least that's the rumor.
Send you some caramellos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all shipped. It's all shipped. You'll probably get it all tomorrow when it's day.
Oh boy. Look out. Sugar high. I'll eat the whole bag in 5 minutes.
I think
Can't stand
I think between all of us, you probably get a care package every couple of months. Yeah, don't you? Every few months from somebody
I
to
could
get
do-
something.
I've always got something coming, period. But
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's how it should be.
yeah, I appreciate that, James. A lot.
None of us are rich, but it's nice to think of you, feeling rewarded for doing the paint chats, and keeping good relaxed hobby space going for everybody, and all of that. All it takes is a few koala-shaped chocolates, then that's all right. It's not too big an ask. Anything on top of that is, gratis anyway. So it's all good. It's all good.
How's Ree?
Yeah, working, busy, scatterbrained.
Everything okay?
All over the place. Yeah, her friend is coming to stay soon. If you have any questions that you would like to ask a real life archaeologist who has some experience with Dark Ages Europe, now is the time to think.
Scandinavia?
Yeah, Russia as well, Ireland.
When does she
She's
come?
working Thursday, so a couple of days.
For a couple. Well, how long is she gonna be there?
I think she's staying with us until Sunday.
So 3 days.
Yeah, 3 or 4 days.
All right, I'll
So,
think of some
yeah.
questions and things that might come up.
Think of
I'll
some
shoot it to
questions.
you if you want.
Because we've got a real live archaeologist in the house visiting from Denmark. So, I've asked her if she can field a 15-minute chat.
Yeah.
If you can think of things that you'd like to ask her, then we'll do that.
You think of some stuff, ours. I'm sure you might come up
Yeah.
with a few things.
Yeah,
I mean,
archaeology too.
yeah, she's worked in at digs in Ireland and in Russia and in Norway. So, lots of exhuming a lot of European Bronze Age villages and stuff like that. So, yeah, could be a good guest, but I'll only have her on if people are enthusiastic for it and have questions. Otherwise, she's gonna sit here. I'm gonna be waking up early in the morning to sit there, so some dead air.
Talking to Fritz, and that's it. I'll give her a conversation. I have no problem with that. I can think of a lot of things.
If you can think of some questions to ask her, I'll definitely ask her to come on.
Oh, there's Nerd's Nerd. Maybe she's got some questions. Archaeology-themed questions for an archaeologist over there in Europe. Did a lot of archaeology stuff over in Europe, Nerd's Nerd. Got any questions for that? Let us know, because she's going to be on. She might be on. We'll see how enthusiastic we are in this community here for it. To answer some questions we might have. Bronze Age, Iron Age, that whole era.
I mean, she's still working towards completing her the PhD part of her qualification, but she's got a lot of experience. She's seen a lot of this stuff firsthand and worked on some big projects. So,
Indo-European migrations. She know anything about that?
You would.
Yeah, that would be a good topic. That would be good stuff to go back to that time. Proto, the age of protoness, right?
Sort of Indo-Aryan, Takarian.
Yeah.
When Caucasian people were Central Asian and not European.
I'm going to write that down so I don't forget. What is today? Monday? Monday. How you doing, Nerd's Nerd? Getting ready for a big battle. You're training some generals, I hear. Yeah, training some future generals in the Battletech universe. Or no, it's not Battletech. Star Wars. Star Wars Armada. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Star Wars is just like, I don't know what it is. Like, I'm not really super into the films or like the lore and stuff, but every time I see a Star Wars war game of any time, it looks like a blast. Like, it looks like so much fun. Whether it's like a land battle or a space battle or whatever, it always looks like a good showing.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I was going to get into it myself at one point. You remember that. I was talking about it for a while there, but I don't know. It just kind of drifted to the
board
side
game
and
one,
I never got into it. Go ahead, James.
That's with the board game one, yeah? Like Battlefront, is it?
Yeah, what was that called?
That was the one I was looking at too. But I'm just not into Star Wars enough to justify it. But every Star Wars game looks great. They always look great.
Yeah.
I heard someone say the other day in a comment online, they were like, "Oh, Star Wars used to be for boys," and I'm like, "What are you talking about? Like, there's like princesses with ray guns. There's cute robots. There's very cute aliens." I'm like, Star Wars is definitely for everybody. Definitely. There are things in there that would interest little girls as well as little boys, I think.
Star Wars Rebellion.
But,
was that the name of it?
That's the one.
Star Wars Rebellion.
Yeah, that was, and it's got like a bajillion expansions and stuff like that. I was curious about that one.
Okay, let's set up some picture station.
The little admiral is currently playing Mario Kart, another classic game, but hoping for another battle this week. Training sessions, you mean? That's awesome.
Imagine your mum being that much fun. Like, oh, I just painted all these ships for us to play with. That's awesome.
Princess Leia sneaks off the plans, sneaks off with the plans, sneaks up to Vader, then saves Han and Luke. But during the escape, she was BAMF from scene 1. Yeah, there's a lot of narrative in that game. Star Wars Armada, I believe. Ian plays that. Of all people.
Yeah, Ian has some surprising choices in his collection. It's good.
He does.
It's good. It's like I was reading. You know, when you read, or even with movies or music, like, you should have room for like highbrow tastes because they elevate the soul and they help you grow intellectually. But there's also nothing wrong with a good melody. There's nothing wrong with a good story. There's nothing wrong with lowbrow taste as well. A little bit of both is good.
Yeah.
You know?
Good point.
The highfalutin and intellectual is disorienting without the basic and the, straightforward. But if everything was stripped back to its basic essentials, nothing would be that interesting. And it wouldn't have anything to teach us. A little bit of both. Gee, it's a nice sunny day.
I'm posting new picture on Oldhammer.
New picture.
Of my recently painted Knights of the Realm.
Your Bretonnian heraldry is like freaking awesome. I think it was a standard bearer you posted the other day, or it might have been a leader. It was kind of red, white, and green, and it looked awesome.
Thanks. Yeah, it was standard bearer.
I didn't see this one. What is this?
This one you're looking now, Fritz, are the Knights of the Blazing Sun that were on this battle from the pictures I showed earlier. And this is how they look now. They have bases done now, but I repainted them in this style.
Where are they? The originals have to go way up.
Yeah, way up.
Was it like the 5 or 6 guys that were all black?
Yeah, with gold. Yeah, here. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
These are these guys.
God, some of those goblins take me back. Oh, and Dogs of War. I love Dogs of War. Like, I absolutely loved Dogs of War back in the day.
I had huge commission for Dogs of War a couple of years ago.
Greco-Roman influenced Italian wars.
Yeah.
Perfect.
These are the guys I painted recently. The one on the left with the bull on his field is the one I just finished.
Wow. What percentage of these are speed paint?
0.
Excellent.
Just normal, regular paint
Nice.
all the way. But there's a little cheating. The guy, the yellow and burgundy guy, the second one from the left, he has some decals on him.
Mm-hmm. I can see it. Boy, that's so old school. They look fantastic. That is epic.
They look awesome.
Look at the shading on the bull's
They look
head.
awesome. I actually really like the orange and purple one, and that is heraldry that I've seen come up in the Baron's War era, believe it or not.
Yeah, he's the odd one because I wanted to make some
I
unusual
like,
unusual connections of colors because I'm tired of
yeah.
painting
Yeah, I
on
like
uniforms.
secondary. I like secondary color combos and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that. Like it's, sometimes they throw you for a loop, but if you lean into them a little bit, they work. Like just go with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. It's warlike. It's got to be garish. It's like Austrians with like white uniforms and pink cuffs. It's actually like a chaotic war paint, not you know fancy fruity accoutrements.
Mm-hmm.
It's a danger sign. It's a sign of danger, not anything else.
He could enjoy literally nothing. Did you read that from Nerd's Nerd, James? Something about Voltaire.
Sorry,
Can you see the chat or no?
you can. No, I can't see the chat.
Oh, jeez. You're
You're gonna
outside
have to
again.
illuminate me. You're gonna have to show me because all I can see is my large peanut of a head.
You'll see it. Oh, my
I
camera's
can't even
all
see your
red.
screen, Fritz.
Can't see my screen?
No,
Alright, let me fix that.
I can only see myself, and it's not that great. Oh, a man with such perfectly refined taste. Yeah, Candide. Yeah, we must tend our garden. To paraphrase, Candide. Yeah, little bit of low culture, a little bit of high culture. You can't have one without the other. You need both. But I feel sorry for our brethren who only consume nerd media. Because they're missing out on great stories that they could bring back to their RPGs and their games. Getting philosophical here in the alcove.
The alcove. What place is this? I call it the alcove too, even
Well,
though it's
yeah.
not anymore. Forge and
2
brush
years
alcove.
ago, I nearly said it the other day, and I stopped myself. Gotta be on top of your marketing or something.
Yeah.
I was watching someone's video the other day, and they were just sitting in a shed showing off their miniatures, and they had no microphone, and I could hear every time that they were taking a breath, and I was like, "This is fantastic. This is what I want. I just want to see other people's hobbies. I don't necessarily want the corporate advertisement presentation. You know what I mean?"
Mm-hmm. I'm the same
Compare
way.
and contrast with those videos where people are like, "Oh, such and such company sent us this box, and we only painted the front half of the miniature because we don't have time to do our hobby anymore."
Mhm.
You know? Give me DIY any day. That happy medium of like, okay, this person's put in some effort, but I don't feel like I'm watching a commercial.
Yeah, it's too professional. Too commercial. It's not real.
Good luck to those guys. Like, no problem, like, really, but I just don't, it doesn't tell me much. It kind of just makes me spend money that I don't really have and then go, oh, I don't really want all of this stuff. So, yeah.
I hear you. I'm the same way.
Probably the biggest I go is like on tabletop,
Mm-hmm.
because
Jerry.
they've still retained a certain amount of cheekiness.
Jerry's great. He's great.
Yeah, Yeah.
I could tell you some stories about
Yeah.
Jerry.
Yeah, I like those lads.
Jerry's
Yeah.
great. He's
Yeah.
actually the main host there now, which is actually no real surprise to me. Congratulations for that,
Mhm.
Jerry, by the way. But he's one of the good old boys here on the channel. Honestly,
Yeah.
There's some good memories.
Yeah, that's probably about as big as I go.
Yeah.
Modeling for Advantage. I watch them as well sometimes. But a lot of the time, it's just dudes who are like, here's what I painted this month. And that's it. Or, here's some pictures of a game that I played last month. I don't need to be advertised to, really. It's actually better if I'm not. Because I get very excited about things and then I buy them and then I'm like, what am I going to do with this now?
I hope that don't happen with your 15 millimeter. Come on. You did that with your
No, I'm
10s.
going to go slower.
You realize that you've gone through 20 millimeter, 10 millimeter, 28 millimeter, and now you're going into 15s. Now you're doing this repeatedly. You realize that, right? Are you nervous at all?
I've never really done 10 millimeter.
Well,
Did 6 mil.
All right.
I did
6 mil.
2 mil. Which is like really weird.
Well, these
It's
are
like
15
you can just
mil,
chew gum.
James. These are 15
Like if you
mil.
want 2 mil miniatures, you can just chew gum and put it on a
Can't see
base.
my camera.
Hmm?
These are 15 mil. They're pretty nice.
I can't see them.
I know you can't. That's for the YouTube.
Yeah, nice stuff.
This is what James is
Like-
going to be kicking around.
It's like 12th, 13th century.
Yeah, these are Baron's War era.
Mm-hmm.
1260s. Late 1200s. That's what I'm going to be using for your rules. I'm going to try out.
Yeah, I have exactly the same period, but in Poland.
Mm-hmm.
I want to find a cheap copy of the Triumph rules that I can get locally, but I think I'm going to end up ordering them from the US. I want to try it.
Do you have the PDF?
You
Yeah, okay, we'll leave it at
I
that.
think you sent me a link to it. I think you sent me a link to it.
Okay. Yeah, to check it out, because that's how I bought them.
But last time you sent me that link, you were called the Alcove. That's how long ago. No,
Oh, jeez.
joking, but
I'll fix that for you. Because then you can at least look at them and see what you're dealing with.
yeah, I want to. I'll go dig them out. I'm curious. I don't really have a huge problem with the way DBA is worded. I mean, I kind of think and talk like that anyway. Like, yeah, DBA was written by someone who may or may not have been having a stroke at the time. That's okay. I use English like that as well. Like the very oldest D&D books are written in the same way. They're written by people who've never written the rule book before.
Here's a link. It's called Kyle because the folder is named Kyle. There's a couple things in there, including
That's
try.
all right. I like being reminded.
So
I
you
like being reminded of Kyle
could, yeah. Well, there you
at
go.
random intervals.
You could try it out and see what it's all about before you buy it. The old Kyle folder.
Opening doors, yes. Oh, Mark. I've already got that game.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna try out ours' rules too. He's gonna eventually send along to me, and I think Nick is also gonna be trying them out. We got a lot of hope that these will be published. Actually, we'll see. Ours is creation.
Yeah, I've been listening in like a little secret squirrel all week. I haven't said anything. I haven't participated.
Nope.
But man, did I feel it when Nick was like, "Yeah, I don't really know about these games that are like ancient and medieval." I was like, "Oh, right through the heart."
Yeah, I know.
I was like, it kept me up at night. I was like, do I need to find more specific rule sets for these periods? I think I do now. So like, I've resolved to like find some more period specific stuff for those two eras. When he was like, yeah, I don't know, that's too broad, too generic, I was like, I feel it. I can't unsee it now that you've said it.
For Middle Ages, you may try Nevermind the Billhooks. These are quite.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious about that. I am curious about that.
These are quite fun set of rules, and this October number of Wargames Illustrated will have an article with additional rules for the Another Conflict, Another Theater, written by my friend Marcin Sowa. It will be about the 13 years war between Poland and Teutonic Order.
The problem is because I live behind the second Iron Curtain, the other Iron Curtain in Australia. Like anything War Games Illustrated related, like costs twice as much and takes 4 times as long to get here.
Mm-hmm.
What a life.
Whereas things that I can buy print on demand for $10 and $15, that's very nice. I like that. It shapes my library. But yeah, I hear good things about Nevermind and Billhooks, and I've always had a love for the Italian Wars. It's such a colourful period. There's a lot of backstabbing.
Yes, it is.
You
may get
colourful
the
personalities
Billhooks on PDF, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out and look into it. Because that Italian Wars focus I'm curious about. I've been looking at a few Hellion publishing books. One is Renato et Gloriam, which is like a Renaissance rule set. Another one deals with like 3 ages of Rome, so like Republic, Imperial, and late, and their enemies. And that seems like it would be a good war game. Kind of feeling, now that I'm freeing myself slowly from the oppressive latches of Warlord et al., I feel like, some kind of rifle and saber wargaming is definitely in my future, whether that's Franco-Prussian or the British in the Sudan or the American Civil War. I haven't yet decided. But something of that ilk. My first project, ours, I think, may actually be New Kingdom Egyptians. And opposing them, I would like to do a force of Midianites, who are kind of like pre-Islamic Bedouin. They like camels.
Where are you getting the models? Manufacturer.
Peter Pig.
Oh,
Peter
yeah,
Pig.
Peter Pig.
Peter Pig in Essex. Peter Pig in Essex.
Essex is the standby.
And after that, I would think about doing Imperial Romans v Germans, just because it's such a classic matchup. And I'm sick of painting Gauls. I want to paint barbarians without painting another Gaul ever again. And Norse or North Irish versus Vikings. Those are my big three matchups: Egyptians, Romans, and Norse Irish. Those are the big three that I'm thinking about at the moment.
The big
Peter
tree.
Pig Ancients, man. Yeah,
Okay. I think it's time
that is a
for my
proper
Fritz.
website.
Whoops, collectible figures, page not found. What's that, ours? You done?
Yeah, I'm totally done. It's late. It's almost 2 in Poland, so
Alright, my friend.
I will go to sleep. I need some rest.
Alright.
Not totally healthy yet.
You get yourself feeling better.
Yeah.
Rule number 1.
Sleep well, Oz. Thanks for chatting.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, James. Thanks, Fritz, and see you maybe tomorrow.
Alright,
We'll
I'll be
see.
watching. I'll be watching.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Take care.
Bye, guys.
Toodaloos.
Toodaloo.
Yeah, the Ancients, man. He's just started doing Ancients, and his English Civil War stuff is amazing. Like, I'll be getting that for sure. I had a little bit before, but I didn't really know enough about the English Civil War at the time to know what I was doing. I was just like, oh, these look good. I like the look of these. You looking for Beckett?
Yeah. Where would that be?
He's on that list.
There he is.
There he is.
Huh. Paul spent 28 years with the Western Australian Police Force. He died in August 2022 at the age of just 51. It's cancer. He was a valued friend of Peter Pig, contributing a lot to the RFCM community. This made him well known over here. He is depicted here doing his duty as a sergeant in World War II with the military police. Certainly useful in your games. He was a cop down there in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And he had relatives that served overseas in World War II as well, so he was big into World War II. He wrote some stuff for Bolt Action, in fact. But yeah, he was a real good friend, community member and everything. And here's a figure commemorating his life in miniature. Look at that. How do you like that? That's great. He would have liked that.
Yeah. Becca's, I just kind of missed out on Becca's by a very narrow window, but everyone speaks really highly of it, you know. And I think it's nice that every so often you guys bring him up and just keep his memory going, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, you probably heard about Paul Sawyer.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or that bloke being, you know, quite seriously unwell.
Mm-hmm. Brain
Just
cancer, isn't
a
it?
bit of a shame.
Brain
That's
cancer.
it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, New Kingdom Egyptians. That's where I'm thinking I might start.
It's a good line of figures. You won't be sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nice, clean models.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I like those guys. Officers. Oh, they got a whole huge line.
Yeah, and
Midianites.
Midianites. So Midianites, like, if you read the Bible, the Midianites don't exist anymore because Israel smote them. But what we actually know about them is that they're kind of like pre-Islamic Bedouin. So they're kind of like caravan, based, camel caravan based, uh, mead style people. I wouldn't mind doing Libyans. Yeah, Rome. His Imperial Romans are great.
I got some
And,
Imperial Romans from him.
Yeah, Germans. What a great matchup. And no tartan. Top knots and no tartan. So. Oh, and yeah, plenty of naked guys as well, if that's your thing. That's what you want to look at.
I think I got these guys here. I have these. I have a pack of these. I think that's
They're beautiful. Look at
Imperial
them.
Romans.
Yeah. Yeah. And I can just see myself, I don't know whether that, like, I think maybe the profile of 15mm figs is a bit too flat to, like, rely heavily on speed paint. Like, I think you're only really going to get a couple of colors on there, right?
Yeah.
But I'll still use that as part of the toolkit. Parthians are good as well. I'm more of a Sassanid man myself. A little bit later.
Greeks.
Macedonian. Macedonians, of course, with their sarissa and their peltas, and also a tall nightclub bouncer with like a suit jacket and a gold chain around his neck. Tells you you're wearing the wrong shoes. You can't come in.
Shields are a bit small.
Oh, the other thing is all Peter Pig pikes are sculpted on, with few exceptions, and they're sculpted on beautifully. They're thick, they're chunky, they almost never require any correction. Love it.
Oh, they're real nice. Hot plates.
Yeah. His fantasy range is incredible. It's perfect for Oathmark, actually. Perfect for it.
Oh, what's this? That's pretty smart. Little markers. So they're holding the shields above their head, and there's a code on the shield. That's brilliant. Haha, that's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Really, Conquerors and Kings or other games. I'm gonna do that. That would be useful.
The other thing that I heard you say the other day about, particularly for your Williamite War stuff, how you wanted to do extra commands.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say you should do them as little diorama bases with like dice frames, so that you can use them as like markers for the wider unit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So you can track, morale and wounds and stuff like that.
I'm gonna do
Oh
that.
my god. I have to get some piggy dice. I ended up buying more Chessex. I only really buy good quality dice. I was on a stream once with someone who said that he thinks Chessex aren't very good. And needless to say, I don't talk to that person anymore. You badmouth Chessex, you pay the price.
Northern France.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a big range for medieval times. They got the Dark Ages, and then they jump ahead to War of the Roses. What a jump that is.
Mm-hmm.
So I got no Middle Ages. That's too bad.
Oh, they do barefoot Confederate infantry, by the way, which is nice.
These are all 15, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They don't make 28s.
And
do
they're
they?
true 15. They're
Yeah.
true 15. There's no exaggeration in scale. They're not like pushing 18 or 20. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I wouldn't mind that too much, but I'm trying to avoid it to start with.
Plastic
It's more
kits.
of a. Mhm.
Oh, they're literally plastic kits. Well, I did their World War II. I did a commission for them. They're beautiful figures.
Mhm. Yeah, his War in the Sudan stuff is amazing. His fantasy stuff is amazing. His fantasy stuff has some like Victorian sci-fi kind of Red Mars, kind of bathroom stuff thrown in. Yeah, the Sudan stuff just looks. It's just the business. And that's the other joy of like 15 is like if you want to do something a bit more obscure, it's easy to throw together an army. I mean, I could do Sudan in 28 mil, but you know, once you start adding things like naval guns and whatnot, it starts to add up. You know.
No Gungadin.
Mm.
It's all North Africa. Sudan. That's alright though. The British could be used over in India.
Mhm. Maybe even later Maori wars,
Yeah.
which has been my big area of study this last week.
Uh-huh. I know. Heavy study there. Going to
Pardon?
town. Going to town on that research.
On the Maori War.
Mm-hmm. You were.
Yeah, well, you know, my direct ancestor was very involved in it, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just such an unusual conflict. Like the Maori, they had a very particular way of fighting. You know, they favoured the shotgun over the musket. They liked close range combat. You know, they were outnumbered by the British. The British obviously had naval guns and stuff like that. But the Maori used to build these big hill forts and entrenchments, and the trench networks were so complex and like deceptive that you know they'd basically be able to ambush British sappers and stuff like that. So it's quite an interesting, you know, conflict. At the peak, it was like 5,000 Maori versus 18,000 British, and the conflict went on for nearly 30 years. So yeah, it's probably not interesting to the rest of the world, but to New Zealand, it's a big thing. Ree was teasing me for having New Zealand ancestry. She said it's like being part Canadian.
Yeah.
Canada. Yeah, look at that. And you have dragoons and horse holders and
Oh, big range. Pikes are kind of small.
sure,
Little small.
they're more like spears, really.
Yeah.
Petard.
Yeah. big range.
And then you've got all the go for Essex, Waller, and Hazelrig
Where's his little dog?
versus
Dog.
Hopton. Pardon?
Where's his little dog? It's Rupert.
Oh yeah, boy. Well, if you scroll down to markers, they have dogs there. I do have the 28mm Prince Rupert. I have a feeling I'm going to have difficulty selling it somehow.
That's what his
think
dog
it's a
looked
bit
like.
too
This
niche.
one, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's what it looks like.
Well, you have to have... For Prince Rupert and Boy, you need to have two versions of Boy. You need to have the white version, who was the official version, right? Modelled on Prince Rupert's base. But for fantasy English Civil War games, you need the black version, which was the version in Parliamentarian Propaganda, and that becomes its own magician base. And you field the dog as a wizard.
Charles.
Yeah. Don't go. Poor Charles. Yeah. So I go for Hopton and Charles. And possibly Rupert. And then on the parliamentarian side, I'd probably go for Fairfax, Hazelrig, Cromwell. For the most famous ones. I mean, this is the thing. Even when I bought my 28mm Cromwell, I think the purchase, including postage, was about the same as buying what it would have cost from Peter Pig plus some pikemen. You know what I mean? Like, the prices are very reasonable. For a couple of $100 Australian, I can get like two, DBA sized armies fairly easily. Which is about as much as I want to spend on any period. I don't really want to spend more than a couple of $100 on just doing a matchup.
AK-47. I have those rolls. Very old edition of them.
Mm-hmm.
Played it.
Check out the fantasy figures. That's the stuff.
Had this.
I haven't looked at any of these rules. I need to probably revisit that.
Cheap. Samurai. Dude. Oh, stop.
The samurai less interesting to me, but Korean from the same period. Now you're talking.
Boy, they write a lot of their own rules. I have this. What edition is it now?
Indian War.
I don't know. That was a really popular set of rules, AK-47 Republic. Back in the 90s, early 2000s. Everybody was playing it.
Well, a game like that would be quite fun if you recorded your press statements in like a beret and a balaclava, and you were like giving your updates on the campaign, like talking into the camera like you're making a list of demands. Check out the fantasy. Yeah, do it. So good. I had some of these. I had some of the elves. I'm gonna get some more.
So tiny.
perfect for Oathmark. These guys
Like woody elves?
really Tolkien like. The light ones are.
Aliens. Somewhere else?
Hmm.
Aliens, yeah, whatever. Dwarves. There they are. They look cool.
Mhm.
So tiny. Fantasy Arabs? Orcs? Check out the orcs with swords. Yeah.
Very Tolkien.
They look like humans. Are these orcs?
Yeah,
Yeah,
degenerated human.
Okay. Yeah. Like the Lord of the Rings movies.
Yeah, yeah. Although I have to say, I'm not. Unpopular opinion. I'm not huge on the Lord of the Rings movies, and it's not for any other reason than I read the books just before seeing them, so I had a very strong image in my mind of what everything would look like. And I was really inspired by it. So when I see someone else's idea of it, I was just like, meh. How good is that?
It's a wizard with a thunderbolt. That's pretty cool. You can make one of those easy.
Yeah, but that actually comes with it. Because I used to have that figure.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm going to get it again.
Yeah.
What goes around comes around.
Seems that way. Bases,
Need some yellow done.
dice. $1.50 a pair. That's about $3. That's cheap for a pair. Oh, pair of dice. It's only 2. I got a pig on there. There's the
Yeah.
pig. Oink oink.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. Yeah, that's a good choice. And these are the true 15s too, so they probably wouldn't mix unless you're doing fantasy with, say, Blue Moon, maybe. Blue Moons are big.
Blue Moon's a chunky as dude.
What about
Much
Splintered
more.
Light?
Splintered Light is weird because it's like 18 tall, but they tend to be skinnier.
Mm.
It's kind of a, unique sculpting style. Like, I would love to buy a whole bunch of Splintered Light stuff, but it's just maybe a little bit too tall. Just gonna start with True 15s to start with. If I do a matchup later, then I might explore 18. But I wanna stick to True 15 as much as possible. Yeah, their pirate stuff is awesome.
Arr.
Yeah,
Hmm. The ships, and they got
you go off
buildings.
the plank and you like it.
Monsters. Let's look at a couple ships. It's tiny.
Mm.
God. Can barely
He
see
does
it.
ironclads as well,
Yeah, I saw
which
them.
is more my cup of tea. But they're very small. They are very small, these ironclads. And I have an ironclad board game. I have the GMT games one.
Huh.
Or
Oh, yeah.
4 mil crew.
Yeah. Deck crews and stuff. All right, I see.
Mm-hmm.
All
But
right, James, I'll talk to you
yeah, it
tomorrow.
was good talking. Good talking. Good catching up.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye on the post.
I will.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Enjoy that. All right.
Toodaloos. Toodaloos.
Take care, and same to everybody in the chat as well. Bye.
See you, James. There he goes. All right, there we go, folks. That's our. Let's see. That's our extra long session, almost twice as long. I'm wore out, but it was good conversation. Good to see what James is going to be working on. He's all excited about 15 mil. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Got more to paint. If I can remember, sometime this week, I'm gonna show off some of those old rules that I typed out, and some other things too. Some other little surprises that I got hidden away. So with that, folks, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining me, and hope you enjoy the playback later on, because I know a lot of you guys like to do that. We'll see you again soon. So hang in there, folks. You know why? It's only going to get better. We'll talk to you again.